is an interesting feeling. My float plane took off. I'm literally all alone in the remote northern Yukon. I'm going to be on the river for about 14 days and looking really forward to it. Another awesome adventure kicking off. Well, here we are in beautiful Whitehorse, Yukon, and I am at Up North Adventures, and this is the place that I get everything ready before I head out on my trip. Tomorrow I'm leaving first thing in the morning to drive to Mayo, and I'm jumping on a float plane which is going to drop me off on a remote lake in the mountains called Elliott Lake. I'm going to follow Elliott Lake all the way to the Hart River, and I'm going to continue down the Hart to the Peel and finish my trip 300 kilometers later, where I'm going to rendezvous with a float plane to take me back out of the wilderness. So I'm super excited. Have a few kind of pre-trip jitters going on here. Up North Adventures is the place in the Yukon that can give you vehicle shuttles. They can rent you boats. They have a full outfitting store with all the things you need to get your trip off the ground here. If you're interested in doing an adventure in the Yukon, give Up North Adventures a shout. This is Nikki. She works with Up North Adventures. She's kind of a big deal, and it's the gears of the operation around here.
Some people might recognize the name. My great-great-grandfather's name is Skookum Jim. He had something to do with the gold rush back in the day. You could Google him.
Wasn't he the guy who basically discovered?
Yeah.
Who started the entire gold rush?
Yeah, that's the guy.
That's wild. And so he was your great-great-grandfather?
Yes.
Wow, that is super cool. We just arrived at Alcan Air, and this is a float plane base near Mayo. And Mayo is known as the heart of the Yukon, which is interesting because I'm paddling the Hart River, H-A-R-T, in the heart of the Yukon. So I feel like there's a dad joke in there.
The dark and the clouds on a rainy day. Oh, the fire in the hills and I'm headed your way. Oh, it's alright, baby, don't be afraid. Just give a heads up on my dangerous ways. And I know everything I touch burns right down to dust, 'cause I'm reckless.
Well, thank you, yeah. I will. So a lot of forest fire smoke in there. I actually saw smoke from an active forest fire burning, but fortunately nowhere near me. That is an interesting feeling. My float plane took off. I'm literally all alone in the remote northern Yukon. And it is beautiful, surrounded by giant mountains. No place to camp here. I have a long, shallow creek to contend with before getting to the Hart River proper. You know, I think I'm just gonna start paddling. Another awesome adventure kicking off. And we are off. Didn't make it too far. So I just checked my map again and it's over 20 kilometers of this. So who knows how long it'll take me or what the conditions will be like, but a bit at a time. Oh, that is a tank grayling. The biggest grayling I've ever seen right here. Wow. Just, it came up and tried to get my lure, but it didn't hit. There we go. Yes. Oh, lost it. There we go. That's the color they like, is silver. Yeah. Oh, right in the boat. Sweet. Oh, it's a whitey. Whitefish, baby. Maybe that's why the other one was so big. It wasn't a grayling, it was a whitefish. Well, it took a while here, but you know, I'm chalking it up as a little R&D, figuring out what kind of fish are here, what's biting. Exciting to catch a whitefish and see what was probably one that was probably 4 pounds, just a giant. And yeah, they seem to like the small mouths, so number 1 or a 0 meps silver is what I was getting the action on. A lot of follows on the bigger lures, but no strikes. It's like about a 30-foot float here, and I'm back out of the boat. One little pocket here is like waist deep, so let's paddle backwards. Looks like on the map it opens up a little bit on the next stretch, hopefully. Looks like I might have to get out again right here though. Man, this is gonna take me a long time if it keeps up like this. Like I probably have done like 3K and I have 20. And out of the boat again. I'm just sitting on the back here like this because it's easier to hop on and off, because there's literally pools that are too deep to wade, and a few feet later you're stuck again. So hopefully it doesn't keep up for too much longer, man. I just ran up on some more rocks here for the shallow swift. I'm gonna have to get out and drag. And I stood up and it looks like there might be a place I can camp here. It's not the best, but I'm gonna get out and just check it out. I wouldn't want the water level to come up much more. I suppose I could pitch a tent on this. Really lumpy though, but it's certainly better than the rest of the stuff around here, which is like this. Well, this is definitely not the best, but I suppose it was doable. 7, but maybe I'll push on for another hour. I see some, like a little hill there, which means there might be some drier land over that way. Bit of a risk, but I think either way I'm not going to be camping in a primo site tonight. We'll see though. You know, most of the time, as long as there's at least enough flat area for me to lie down, you get out and you start hanging out and it starts to feel like home. So, but yeah, this time I think I'm gonna have to drag over all this, wade through all this, and then get down there, and hopefully that lump, that kind of like big hill I see, hopefully at the base of that there's something that's solid ground. So I'm gonna take the risk and move on a little bit. Creek's starting to pick up. All right, here we go. Yukon whitefish. Very mild. Very mild. Not as marked as a flavor as grayling.
the only one.
Good morning, Yukon! These bags make things a lot easier when it comes to organizing and finding things in my food barrel. There's 3 of them, so I put like things together, but since it's a full load, I tuck all the remaining stuff around it. Bacon, that always hits a spot. I have 18 kilometers to go to get to the Hart River, and you know, this takes like a full 2 days, full day and a half if the water's higher than this. So I'm hoping I can get it done today and camp at the confluence of Elliott Creek and the Hart. A little creamer. A lot of creamer. Rationing your creamer for a trip this long is an advanced bushcrafting skill. What a beautiful place to have a morning coffee. Unbelievable. One of the reasons I keep coming back to the Yukon in the north is because you really get addicted to it. If you go once, chances are you're gonna come back. I remember one of the first northern trips I did was the Nahanni, when me and my brother were in I think my brother was 20, I was 22, and we did a self-guided trip, put it all on our credit cards, and everybody was saying, well, that's a once in a lifetime trip. And I just couldn't accept that this would be a once in a lifetime type of experience for me. And I've been doing this for 18 years, traveling remote northern rivers every year. I'm really glad I did it. I feel like the Yukon itself is a place that is built in a large sense off of people who followed their dreams. That statue in downtown Whitehorse that has a Klondike stampeder, and a lot of the people that came into the country to find gold found something else, and they found a connection to the Yukon's beauty and the true wilderness of it. Just like the Robert Service poem, The Spell of the Yukon. The guy went, he found gold, he was rich, got bored, would rather just live a life as a sourdough in the wilderness, didn't care about money. I find it important just to sit back and look at where I've come and the experiences that I've had. Definitely not getting down this without dragging. Oh man, this is shallow. Looks like the water has gone down. Gotta try to do a push day today. Super shallow. It's not even wading, this is just dragging over rocks at this point.
I see the flowers in the springtime making their way toward the sun just for you and I. It's alright, there's no doubt. It's all gonna work out. I watch the stars growing in the night, making that sky light up just for you and I.
Can we make it down this little tongue here? It's looking not too good.
There's no doubt. It's all gonna work out.
Oh yeah! Well, I'm gonna go ahead and say, I don't want to jinx myself, that it's gotten a little better. Oh, baby ducks, baby ducks. Well, things started off pretty rough, but they have picked up here on Elliott Creek, and I've actually managed to float over some shallow swifts. It's picking up speed. It's becoming easier to navigate without jumping out, yet a little more tricky and potentially an area where you might get to run into problems if those shallow swifts get any steeper and faster, but I don't think it'll be anything too crazy. Also, it could change around the next bend, who knows.
I watch the stars growing in the night, making that sky light up just for you and I. It's alright, there's no doubt. It's all gonna work out. It's gonna work out.
Well, that was like a half wade, half run. Definitely a lot faster than the long wading stretches. Oh! That was a hard thud. Mark from Up North Adventures. I apologize for the scrapes on your boat. Probably going to be a little gel coat repair after this. Caught one. A big, nice grayling. Whoa! Yeah! Good eating size. There's a big oxbow lake here. An oxbow lake is when a creek or a river takes big bends like that. The sediment builds up in between the bends and the main river diverts from it, leaving a horseshoe style lake that looks like an oxbow. And that's what you call an oxbow lake. Sometimes they're still connected by water, sometimes they're completely separate, but it just goes to show how rivers change over time, especially ones that bend and weave. We're here. We have to go all the way to here.
There's a train coming, it ain't got no track. I'm on the high road and I'm never coming back without freedom. You carry that whip just to lead the blind. It ain't gonna be long before I leave this behind to find my freedom.
Another tributary. It's gonna give us some more water. Well, with more trees close to the river now, it means potential for sweepers. Even something I might have to pick up and portage around or haul over, and they can also be dangerous. So I got to keep my eyes peeled a little bit more than upriver. I noticed another tributary pouring in, so maybe we'll have a little volume. Not much water coming out of the toe, but it looks like we got some current and deep conditions here. So much water's getting in the canoe from my boots. And I'm wondering if it's making me float lower. Starting to get a little concerned. This could take me like 4 days or more. Well, I just dragged down a very, very long, shallow, rocky swift. I cut a pole and I was hoping maybe I could stand and see the rocks and pole, but as soon as I stepped in the canoe, I was stuck and I was able to float it, but by the end I was just dragging it. A little deeper water up here I see, but my guess is it won't last for long, but that was pretty arduous. So I don't think I'm gonna make it today unless I really want to push. I'm probably gonna push late, but I should make it tomorrow, but I might only just make it tomorrow. So that's like gonna be, you know, potentially 2.5 days, 2 full days and a half day when I got dropped off. just saw 3 chunky grayling swimming in this crystal clear pool of water here. So I had to pull over and take a couple casts. Oh, yeah, yeah. Look at that. Love it. Fish, crystal clear water. You can paddle. Oh, got another one. Oh, huge. Oh, I lost it. Oh, look, it's trying to hit it. Bam! There it is. There it is. Come here. Oh, it's not the same big one. What a little honey hole I found here. Yeah. Woo! Look at that. That is a thing of beauty. Well, it has been a pretty long and challenging day today. I've only made it maybe a bit more than halfway to the Hart River on Elliott Creek, so I'm definitely dealing with some low water conditions, and I'm basically walking Elliott Creek. Well, it's a little bit cramped up where I'm putting the tent, so I think I'm going to do my cooking right down here. Nice spot. Well, this is the spot I'm working with. Way better than yesterday. Enough room for my tent and flat, so I will take it. Well, guess we're about to see how beat up the bottom of my canoe got today. But a couple scratches in the gel coat. Well, I am starving, and since I got to camp a little earlier, I think I might cook up some stew, some fish stew actually. So it's about dinner time. My tummy's telling me it's dinner time. Okay, so I'm putting a little olive oil in this pot. Spices here. Next, we're putting in some parsley. I know it's parsley because I wrote parsley there. Okay, now I'm gonna add tomatoes. These are finely chopped tomatoes. Okay, now we're gonna get crazy with the spices. We're getting fancy, we're getting gourmet out here. Gonna add some thyme. Add some black pepper. Salt. Throw in some basil. Oh man, this is gonna be epic. Look at that. Now we have the special ingredient, clam juice. I'm serious, clam juice. And then the final ingredient, Arctic Grayling, filleted up and cut into little squares. This is way more fish than the recipe called for, but I'm just kind of winging it. We just gotta let that fish cook. We're gonna have a hearty fish stew here. Now, the reason I made a tripod, I can raise and lower the pot to get it to the perfect heat. And it's a lot better than just putting the pot right on the fire, or even on a grill, which I don't have. You can really regulate that heat, and then you don't have to worry about your pot tipping over and dumping in. Oh, and I almost forgot one last little ingredient. Bacon bits. Bacon, it makes everything better. Wow. A lot of flavor. Check if the fish is cooked. Chunks of fish are cooked. Oh man. I'm gonna pound all this pretty quick. It's kind of a little spicy. Must have added a little more pepper than necessary, but I like it. I'm just gonna lift that up as high as it will go on the tripod and let it cool, and then I'm just gonna devour it and go to bed. I was supposed to get to bed early today, but then I did this whole mission of whipping up stew, and man, I want a good meal, but I'm just gonna have to wake up early and not sleep as much as I'd hoped, but I think it was worth it. As long as the creek doesn't dry up and I'm screwed, it was worth it. Good morning. The sun was hidden behind those mountains, and it just cracked up beyond that mountain ridge and starting to spread a little bit more warmth. Despite going to bed around 1 a.m. or 1:45 last night, I managed to drag my ass out of bed at 6 a.m., which isn't bad considering I got a lot of exercise yesterday. So I'm not gonna get a super early jump on the day. However, I'm gonna get on the water, or on the rocks, I should say. In the water, I don't know. I'm not really on water. I'm more just sitting on rocks with a little water running in between the canoe and the rocks. Yeah, so the drag will start. I'm halfway there, which is pretty discouraging. I'm gonna try to get out of camp relatively early, and today, you know, I don't even know if I'm gonna keep a fish today. I'm just gonna just push and do my very best to make it. Even if I don't make it till like 12:30, it's still light out here at 12:30. I think that's probably gonna be the plan today. This is not one of the more enjoyable things that I do out here. Finding stuff in the food barrel. The barrel and harness is made by Recreational Barrel Works, and those little bags are as well. It just makes life a lot easier.
Jim Baird eats porridge, riveting scene.
Well, it turned out to be a pretty good campsite. Nice space here for the fire, easy enough, close to get water, flat spot for the tent. A little spread out where I had to have my fire in a tent, or a little too far. You have to do a bit of a bushwhack to get from one spot to the other, but I liked it. And here's what the rest of my breakfast looks like. Fruit source bar, dried fruit, which in this case is Thai honey mango, delicious. And last but not least, some pre-cooked bacon. On the water, day 3. What does it have in store? Well, it looks like we're gonna get right into the dragging. Maybe 50 meters from my campsite, another shallow swift, so kind of takes away the saying it feels good to get back on the water though, for sure. Feels good to get back stumbling along the rocks like an idiot, concerned and scared. Oh my goodness, I think I'm gonna make it down this one, ladies and gents. I'm trying to keep with the deepest channel here. I did it! I made it down. Whoa, this is beautiful though. Oh my God, a huge grayling. Oh my goodness. That was bigger than anything I've caught so far. Just like freaking tank. Probably 2 pounds for sure. Water's definitely gotten colder. Some of those tributaries are cold. Oh, this is so beautiful. Wow. So far the day has been amazing. That is just what you call inspiring country right there. Ooh. We have what looks like a rapid here, but that's a sweeper. I do not want to crash into that downed tree in the river. That would spell disaster. Probably bump and grind down this one, but it would just trash my boat too much. I'm gonna line it. Oh man, should have made it to here. It's a sick campsite. Definitely an emerald tinge to it. Well, that lining went well, but now there's some interesting tight turns here. At least I can paddle though. Getting more interesting. Another sweeper here. River's starting to get pushier. Have to be a little more careful or I get pinned or just smash, maybe flip, current fills up the boat, running sideways into boulders. That was a rapid, pretty much. Yeah, I'm doing it! Making pretty good time, guys. Water is just emerald. Well, at this point, I'm not afraid of the creek drying up. I'm afraid of the creek pushing me into a sweeper. I suppose it's a good problem to have. I think I should make it today if it keeps up like this, which is great news.
Watch as the world falls away. Here we are lying. At sunrise the moon starts to wane, living and dying. And the oceans echo out their deep refrain. And the river answers, I'll make you whole again. Come away, there's no use staying. You've been living just for today, to strikes and breaks apart the night. But the sparks will burn out long before they light.
This is beautiful. It's open right up. A couple more tributaries. We still got this absolutely crystal clear water. It's gotten even clearer and incredible scenery. So today, I think it's safe to say so far is working out a lot better than I thought it was going to. Well, I don't want to get too ahead of myself because it could change. It could get shallower and I still have about 10 kilometers to go. So maybe about 8. But it's really hard to judge because the river just winds and curves back and forth and back and forth. Ooh, that looks pretty sketchy. And that is what I was talking about. No room to go on the other side. There's a really sketchy sweeper, no way past that one. Very intimate, bends and twists, emerald clear water, some of the most beautiful water I've ever seen. Just made it. Whew. I should not have taken the time to pull out my GoPro. That's why that happened. I came around a corner and saw a steep drop with ripping current rocks, and I see just a down tree across the river. The top's broken off of it, so essentially it's just a log blocking the whole river with ripping current. And of course I thought this was, you know, some exciting video footage for all of you to see, so I took the time to bust out my other GoPro as I'm coming downriver, and that almost did me in because I careened nearly sideways into this thing. If you got stuck on that, it would just be really bad. You'd pin, you get injured, your canoe would flip, potentially pinned against it, like total nightmare. Hopefully no more surprise sweepers. That could cause some serious problems. These rivers and creeks are always changing, so it's hard to tell on the map too. The map was taken from aerial surveys probably in the 70s. There were no real maps of the north until the 70s, I believe. You're just going off old explorers notes and these kinds of things is the best that anyone had. Then you don't know what water level the aerial photos were taken at too. So there's all kinds of islands that might have shifted, side sloughs that weren't there that now are, or, you know, etc., etc. with this current is always at work, eroding away the banks and creating new passages. This is a really cool section. We're just butting right up against the foot of a mountain here as the creek is taking a sharp right turn. We have some interesting stuff to contend with up here. Oh, this is sketchy. Sweeper, tight turn, 2 boulders. Oh man, this looks bouldery class 1 here. A rapid continuing, actually. Whoa, a little low in the water almost to call that a rapid, but I also call it a class 1. That one just sort of came up on me, rounded a corner. I was looking at the mountain and all of a sudden, whoa, boulder, boulder, boulder. Well, it appears we have some fun yet. I just came into a braided stretch of the creek here, and I don't know, I took the only braid that looked like it wasn't just loaded with sweepers and danger, and sure enough I ran out of water and the only way down is blocked. So I'm gonna bust out the saw and line the canoe down, hopefully not too much more like this, but yeah, unexpected. Things were going pretty smoothly. Hopefully we don't have too much more of that kind of stuff to contend with. That was the biggest, it's short, but that was the most substantial drag. Like I had to drag the canoe over some rocks there at the very end. But that just bit into my time pretty significantly. Beautiful clear water pool here. A couple of graylings swimming in it. It's almost a surreal experience. As I'm wading along these channels in this braided section of creek, I'm looking down at this crazy emerald clear water, and I can just see chunky Arctic Grayling swimming in the current, waiting for food to come down river, and it's really, really awesome. I don't know what it is, but something about it just seems almost surreal. Sweepers, another couple around the corner. This is the kind of thing you could peel around a corner and it could pop out of nowhere. And a swift current, you could be in a lot of trouble. Well, shouldn't be too much further now. I'm gonna make it today. And there it is, The Hart River, I made it! Yes! Oh, it looks so beautiful. One last little rapid, maybe I can make it down here. Looks like there's a decent place to camp on the left there. That is it, I did it! I was starting to think I was never gonna do it. Whoa. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm on the Hart River. Definitely it's not as clear as Elliott Creek. It almost has like an emerald color with silt in it. And I am going to camp right here, don't mind if I do. That was another long day. It's about 7:30. Got on the water at 9:30. So long haul for me on Elliott Creek. I imagine it would be a lot easier for some people when the water level's higher, you know, and or somebody who's, you know, not as heavy as a person as me. I'm sure it beat the heck out of the bottom of this canoe, but I mean, that's what these expedition grade canoes can handle. Between all the endless wading and dragging and the anxiety about, am I gonna make it? Is this river gonna dry up? To then finding out that, hey, it's not so bad, feeling a little elated, getting to paddle some rapids and tricky turns, to all of a sudden then getting stuck in shallow water again and having to drag and, you know, manage my way through braided river with sweepers and all kinds of sketchy stuff like that, to getting it done. And this is what I set out to do today, to get it done, and I got it done earlier than I thought I was going to do it, so I'm pretty happy about that. Now I have the Hart River. In front of me are some serious challenges. I'm going to have raging rapids, even class 3+ rapids, canyons, and on the Hart itself, and even more to come after that. So, but anyways, I'm going to see if I can catch a fish, and hopefully get to bed a little early, have a great night's sleep, and just enjoy this campsite in a beautiful evening. So awesome. Oh man, I am feeling tired. Sun's just beating down too. But I am going to show you an advanced bushcrafting technique. Glacier Fresh Tasting Kokanee. I forgot about these. This is all the booze I brought out here, 3 beer. But I figure it's a good celebratory time to have 1 or 3. Then I put the beers in. Now I'm going to go place it in the water. Now by the time I have the tent set up and the fire going, I'm going to have some ice cold beers. Yeah! Yeah. Just catching grayling every cast here. We're making tortilla pizzas. Tortillas keep a very long time when you're in the bush, and on top of that, they're thin. So when you're heating them up on a frying pan or however you heat them up, the heat travels through them and melts the cheese before the bread part burns. So I think, in my opinion, they're better than pitas. But usually I vacuum seal my pitas and both sides are squished together, so they're extra thick. So I mean, there could be an argument there. I suggest taking the rest of the evening to think it over. Oh yeah, my beer! We have an ice cold beer. It tastes amazing. Crunchy bottom. The pizza sauce is what does it. I mean, let's be honest, anything with melted cheese is delicious. Next up, Grayling. Well, the water in Elliott Lake was pretty warm because it's a shallow lake, but with all the mountain runoff tributaries on Elliott Creek, by the end here, water's very cold as it is in the heart. Gentle. Welcome home. Thank you, Rock. Oh man, they feel so cold. Let's see. Absolutely ice cold. Nailed it. Not a huge fan of that pan I have. It's not a non-stick at all, so it kind of busts your meat apart, but still tastes good. Look at that, I just cook it whole and the bones just pull right out. You really waste no meat. This one's probably so good because I just caught it, so it's like super fresh. One thing about grayling, they don't keep that well, probably why there's not a big commercial market for them. Easy to say, the best fish I've had in a very long time. Absolutely delicious. Thanks a lot, Thymelius arcticus. Well, I am extremely exhausted. Overall, it was a good day today. It worked out better than I was expecting. Bugs weren't bad. Usually in the evening, the bugs have been bad around camp. Few, but not bad. And found a really nice campsite here. There's a flatter area that's kind of beautifully spread out with almost looks like cobblestone from you know, high water gravel beds. But I didn't bother hauling all my stuff back there. I took the spot closer to the river, which is great. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the Hart River has in store tomorrow. I don't know really what's going to be going on. I think there might be some relatively relaxed paddling for a while. Scenery should pick up, so I'm hoping I can see some wildlife and get into some more fishing. But before too long, I'll be hitting some pretty intense rapids too, so I don't want to get too relaxed. I want to keep kind of focused on what lays ahead and make sure if I see a rapid coming out, I can jump over, give it a good scout, make sure it's something manageable. Anyways, yeah, last few things here, packing up, and I'm gonna head off to bed. Really exhausted today, but I feel good. It's a beautiful day. Oh man, I slept in today. I feel like I just got dehydrated with the hot weather and like I have a headache. My lips are dry, so I'm gonna go chug some water. But it looks like we have another beautiful day. Much needed rest. And I'm looking forward to having a coffee. Maybe catching a couple of fish. Anyways, yeah, gotta get at her, even though I could probably sleep a bit more. You remember my expedition from last year in the Yukon down the Bonnet Plume? I cut a hole in my dry suit and patched it using duct tape and patch glue. That's still what I'm using, so obviously it worked pretty well. All right, nice way to start out the day. Lots of pep in that guy. See a float plane on tires. Who knows where that's going to? That's the only sign of people that you'll see out here sometimes is float planes. And that's one of the reasons why it's good to take some sort of signaling device. You can carry whistling flares. They're on a little pen launcher. The only issue is that whistling flares work best at night and nobody's really searching at night if you were lost. And on top of that, it doesn't get dark. So I carry a colored smoke signal. I also carry whistling flares. They shoot about 400 feet high and there's a decent chance that somebody might see you. Lighting a fire also works, a big fire. So. This is more like it. Looks like the river water's clear enough. There's not so much silt that the back eddies are all clear. Well, looks like we still have some challenges with sweepers. Gotta stay on your toes. It's not just a leisurely float here on the Hart. Honestly, the best way I can describe this is just surreal. Just headed through a stretch of braided river here. The watercolor is like turquoise. winding, good current, beautiful trees, huge mountains. Like, it's like an absolute dream. Like, is this place even real? Oh, river's a little spirited here. This is borderline a class 1. Called a swift though. You can see here that wilderness canoe travel is definitely not all about the hardships and the physical challenges and danger and wondering if you're going to make it on time. There are times like this where it is the most peaceful, relaxing, and just beautiful spirit building thing there is in the world. I feel like this is the reward for dealing with the challenges on Elliott Creek, that now I just have a surreal, perfect day with perfect, beautiful traveling conditions, fish jumping in the water. What more could you ask for? I'm long gone for the Yukon, those northern lights I want to see. I'm long gone for the Yukon, boys, for the Yukon is calling for me. Is this water too silty for there to be fish? I don't think so. It won't be as good as the clear stuff. But I just saw what looked like a big fish jump. Well, it hooked into something here, which is a good sign because it means that fish are biting, that the water is not that cloudy. Ooh, what a beauty. Look at that. Oh, goodbye. It's a really good sign. Sometimes on these some rivers, fishing isn't so good because, as you can see with this river, there's some sediment in it. That's what's giving it that kind of turquoise color, but it's not as crystal clear as Elliott Creek. However, the sediment, if there is much sediment, there must be. It's very, very fine, and the fish are still hitting in at areas where there's not a clear water tributary. So that's a really good sign. And what a beauty grayling that was too. That's awesome. It'd be interesting to see if we can get into any other kinds of fish. I know obviously there's some whitefish upriver, up Elliott Creek, but there might only be grayling in here. There might be some Dall, which is similar to a bull trout. There could be some lake trout, hopefully all of the above, but I'm happy with just grayling too. We have run out of current. There's a lot of slow meandering bends. To make it a kilometer the way the crow flies is more like paddling 2 kilometers. So much for the lackadaisical times. Looks like some decent camping along this river in a number of places. Sandbars, gravel bars, up the cut bank, flat areas with good access to the water. I think still surreal is the way I describe this river so far. I made pemmican this time. I rolled it into little balls like that. One of the traditional ways it was packaged. You can tell it's hot up when your pemmican looks like that. That'll give me some energy though. Well, I heard the sound of rushing water and I'm pulling up to what is a small tributary. On my map it shows that it's completely coming off the mountain, and you can see actually a patch of white snow up on the mountain where this is coming from. So it doesn't have like an alpine lake as its source. It's just completely mountain runoff, snow runoff, and probably a spring. So I'm gonna take water from here because I'm out of water. There's a second one in the water. Watching this one. Just a little one.
3 dark days. 3 dark days. 3 dark days since they locked me away. It's been 3 dark days. Cold as hell.
Well, the river's a little more lively now, a little more current. Still tight bends and meandering. So it's still taking a while to get through this stretch.
Cold as hell. It's been cold as hell in my lonely cell. It's cold as hell.
Well, it's a tad disappointing, but it's looking like I'm not going to make it nearly the 34 kilometers I was hoping to make it today, and that has a lot to do with just a lot of slack water. Even though it's picked up for the last while, that really kind of dug into my time. One of the things, even though the bonnet plume was challenging, that's the river in the Yukon I paddled last summer. There was a ton of portages that took a long time and rapids that needed scouting and that. When there was a section of navigable river without a ton of obstructions, you could just kind of fly down it. Seeing a winding river like that is something more common to see in the prairies, yet there's giant mountains all around. So that tells me that there's a good chance that this river predates the surrounding mountains. That this river was here, not following the exact channel, but more or less the course of the river and the river valley haven't changed immensely as mountains have built up around it over millennia. Look at the watercolor, how it changes as soon as it gets deep. It's incredible. Just coming down the river here and something caught my eye. Oh, and I see a boat stashed too, and what looks like a cache up in the trees. So yeah, maybe this is a camp used by native people in season some years. I'm not sure. I'm gonna go take a quick peek though. Maybe it's an old gold hermit who's gonna shoot me if he sees me poking around too, is the other exciting thing. Fire pit, John boat. See that boat, how it has a flat bottom. That way it has a shallow draft and it could travel up the rapids. Oh man, looks like a bear. Well, here's the cache. Let's see, up there is a wall tent with poles, some gas, stovepipe, and the ladder. Oh man, yeah, double burner Coleman stove up there. Some basins, some pots. I don't really have anything. I'd like to get up there and re-tarp it for them, but I don't have a spare tarp. You can see something's gotten up there and ripped at it. Didn't find any food. Could be just wind and the weather, but that canvas is tough. Those tents aren't cheap, so no one just literally just leaves those in the woods. They usually come back and get them, so I imagine that the people will be back this year before it's destroyed. Maybe they horse pack into here from somewhere else. I'm thinking that might be what's going on here. Look at this. Look at this backdrop here. Well, I'm seeing some picks and shovels too, so could be a camp that people prospected out of. They shut down prospecting in this area because it's part of the Peel River watershed. So maybe at one time it was used more heavily. Picks, shovels, I mean, these are definitely things that prospectors use in the area. But it tells me that there might be some gold in this immediate area. For them to go to all that trouble means probably someone found something and then they tried a little harder. Took her a second to figure out what the heck I was because I was busy eating, but I had to film while trying to control the canoe with one hand as I'm currently going down a bit of a swift here, but that was pretty special. I was close too. You got to be careful because sometimes they can be defensive if they have calves. So getting close, if they have a calf, I couldn't see whether she had a calf or not. And there's not much water in between me and her, so it made me a little nervous, but not really anything to be worried about in the end, or typically, but pretty cool. The sun is behind that cloud there. What a beautiful evening. Current has definitely picked up. Smell a tinge of forest fire smoke in the air. Day 2, I really smelled it in the winter. Whoa! Whoa! Didn't see that one coming. Things are starting to get a little more interesting here on the Hart River. Well, I'm coming up to the mouth of a tributary creek. I think I might call it home for the night. It's right at the base of this really fun little rapid. Looks pretty good. Lots of space. Not a bad view either. Looks like some people might have been here on account of that being cut off. But then again, I suppose that could have come from anywhere and just washed up there. Caribou prints. Looks like a caribou just walked through here not too long ago. Definitely not today, but so first caribou prints I've seen. That's cool. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna cut my losses and set camp up here. Caribou, good fishing. Looks like maybe there is a fire ring there. Well, I took a couple casts to see if there are fish here before I picked this campsite, and I caught a couple. I should have kept those ones, but I thought, well, I better get out and look to see if it's flat before staying. Oh, there we go. Look how beautiful. That one feels nice. Chunky grayling. Maybe I took about 10 casts or so. So fresh. A little too much oil. I got to very tightly ration my oil, but I bought a little lard too. Lard's a great thing to bring. It renders down to liquid, doesn't spill, and it's lighter than oil. Oh yeah. There she goes, ladies and germs. She's a little beat up because of the pan, but pretty tasty. Let's get into it. Yum. You come to a place like this and you fish it and, oh, I need something, like you rely on fish. I'm gonna pop down, catch dinner, 10 minutes, 2 perfect keepers. You're making pretty much zero impact. Pretty special that there are still places like this. To the Yukon. That's just water, but that's all I got. I get a little basic forecast on my inReach, and it's looking like there's going to be some clouds, 40% chance of rain tomorrow, and 70% chance of rain the following day. So it looks like I will get some rain out here, but that's okay. Well, my stove ran out of gas while I was setting up the tent, unfortunately, so I gotta refill it. Hopefully the water doesn't cool too much. I keep my stove gas in these pop bottles, these plastic soda bottles. I just put a piece of duct tape around the top. They don't leak. They seem to work pretty well. Couple nose hairs short. I know, this is the part of the video that you all have been waiting for. Me silently eating oatmeal. I guess I'm gonna try to make it about 40 clicks today, but I'm gonna be getting a late start, so hopefully it all works out. Finally in the boat and on the river. Man, it can take some time between breaking camp and getting all of my filming stuff organized, filming everything, getting the solar panel out. Another epic day. Wow, this watercolor is just like a glowing emerald now. It had a little more sediment in it up by Elliott Creek, but all the tributaries have just been crystal clear, and it's just gorgeous, gorgeous color. Just a little bit of a glowing turquoisey, emeraldy color, a greenish hue, just epic. You can tell the water's reasonably low because some of the grades and side sloughs marked on my map are dry and there's no water going down them at all. Just trying to do a good job here of watching my place on the map all the time. It's easy to sort of start paddling and then totally forget where you are. So I have the map right in front of me here, and I'm just looking at tributaries, mountains, grades, gravel bars, things that are marked on the map, and then I put them together with what I see around me. The bends in the river is another one, key one. And I have a good idea at all times of where I am. Hard to believe that it's already day 5. So I have a week left counting today. Like you could call this a class 1 up here. Got a rapid here. Looks like it picks up. Well, I just pulled over to stretch my legs here a little. Beautiful freaking day, a little cooler than yesterday, possibly the best day yet for traveling, and I'm in a very long rapid. I just pulled over because I want to just take a peek around the next corner actually, because it looks like it might get big. So this is like a swift, a class 1 I can handle, but I want to make sure that I don't get into some really pushy river and get pushed into something that, you know, I'm going to want to spray deck for, or going to want to run, you know, without all my gear in the boat. So just trying to be careful because I'm out here in an extremely remote area alone, and with this kind of current, if you dump and you lose your boat, it can be gone for miles and miles. So major issue. Anyways, Yeah, it looks like it just kind of continues like this, gets a little bigger, so I think I'm okay. Gets calm here for a bit. I couldn't really scout it too well, but looks like there might be some boulders and some interesting whitewater up here. Shallow. Just gonna go for it. Probably just a proper class 1. Yeah, I'd say between Elliott Creek and some of the challenges and tight bends and stuff on this river too, it's not an easy river. There hasn't been any crazy portaging or rapids yet, but they're to come. This is the easy part. Looks like just a few big boulders to dodge here. Nothing of too much concern. Some big standing waves near the bottom though. Oh, that's a big rock. There's some waves. That's a class 1. Woo! Big boulder here. If you hit that, you'd be in trouble. You could actually wrap around that. I still can't get over the beauty of the watercolor and just around every bend, there's just another epic mountain vista. Well, we got something that looks a little tricky up here. Going through a stretch of braided river. There's a really tight turn, potential sweeper. Looks pretty freaking tight. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna jump out and line this. Huh. That looks I can't believe this whole river. I just picked the wrong braid. That's all there is to it. Sweeper right across the channel though. I'm just going to line past this. It does get deep to the right of it, but right along here I couldn't even float, so if I was trying to paddle, I'd be swept to the left. I wouldn't have time to get right to pass it, and I'd run right into it. If I made it under that one, I'd hit the next ones. Oh yeah, that's fun. With water this clear, really there's grayling in any of these back eddies. You don't have to wait till there's a tributary that's clear water. Had the back ferry there to open up the angle, but yeah, a little bit technical, so we'll call that a class 2. But yeah, that's the first real whitewater challenge of the trip, I'd say. Things are looking like they're starting to get interesting in the whitewater department. We got some tricky currents down here. Might be time to put the old spray deck on and dry suit for good measure. Starting to get the old ticker going pretty good. I'm gonna take it left. Miss everything because I don't have the spray deck, so I'm gonna miss all the fun whitewater. Or else I would have just bombed that. I don't feel like bailing. Woo! Well, I've only done about 7 clicks today, which isn't that good, but it is what it is. No rapids this insignificant get marked on these topographic maps. So if you see something marked, you know it's something pretty intense. Yeah, imagine at higher water, Less rocks to dodge, but more big fun waves. Cool. I just saw a bull caribou. That was awesome. Beautiful animal. Wow. So that's a moose and a caribou. Just headed through a very braided section of river here, and I gotta kind of keep on my toes a bit, make sure I don't go down the wrong channel that could be too shallow or narrow with sweepers. Whoa, we have pretty much a cross river sweeper, but it looks high enough for me to get under it. About a class 1 rapid here I'm in the midst of, so I'm gonna keep my boat with the stern pointed to the right so I can back ferry and try not to get swept too far left. There we go, that's the angle I want. That's called the backwater brace. And right under it. Woo! Yeah, that's gonna come right down and gonna be completely blocking the river. The river widens into multiple braids about 1.5 kilometers wide. But I think I did pretty good picking the right channels. That's a good wave. Definitely a class 1. Even if I would hit that, I would have smashed the bottom of my boat, so that was one to avoid. Some hot water. Whee! Nice little wave train there, actually. Sweeper. Not deep enough to steer. That's something you run into, fast current, but you can't steer because it's too shallow. So your paddle won't sink in the water. Looks like some pretty big waves in this one. Oh shit. And some rocks. Should have stayed far right, like I was planning on. And I was like, no, left will be fine. Oh, shit. Rocks. I could have avoided that. It's almost like if the water was low, you could just tell, like that would have just been exposed and you'd be like, oh, I can't go that way. It makes the channel more obvious. Not that I'm gonna dump, but berries. Lots of wild berries. So I think I might take a quick break here and eat what I think are low brush Arctic raspberries. Not 100% sure, but let me know if these are Arctic raspberries. They sure taste yummy though. I'm not so good at conserving the berries in a hat. Find many get just eaten along the way. Oh, this is a jackpot here. They kind of taste like a raspberry, but a little bit like a strawberry too. I think a little like a wild strawberry, which are delicious. You see, when you pick them, they keep their tops, that little part, just like a strawberry does, whereas a raspberry, you pull it off of the core, but they have the little balls like raspberry, so they're almost like a hybrid between the two. So there is a big animal in the bush somewhere over there as I'm eating these berries. I hear going, breathing. Can't see any movement though. Could be a bear. Well, polish off those berries. Hopefully the grizzly bear doesn't come join me or whatever's in the woods over there. All I need now is a juice box. That'd be a throwback lunch. This is the Yukon's territorial flower, fireweed it's called. Well, that was a nice pit stop. Time to get out there and dodge some more sweepers. These the berries for the grizzly bear. Yeah, right across from the berry patch. Surprise, surprise, I heard like I'm like, okay, maybe it's just the rocks eroding away from the riverbed. Then I realized there was not a rocky cut bank there. And I heard like that. And I didn't hear anything else, so that might have been the noise it made when it smelled me and then decided to take off. But good chance that was a bear. Very good chance. Okay, we're coming into, man, tight turn here. This is the kind of spot where I might have to just panic and bail. This is interesting. I gotta keep looking down river. Well, there's a sweeper. It looks like I'm gonna be able to get under it though. Now the current's just pushing into a bunch of logs. See how much this river can change too. Like, this might not have been here a couple days ago. That's what I don't like about these braided sections of the river. And what happens is sometimes there's a little place to pass in between the gravel bar and the top of the tree. But if that's too shallow to sink a paddle blade, you can't steer. And you just get pushed into the bank and into the low part of the overhanging sweeper. You can see there where a huge rock slide, the cliff just gave way and it just tumbled and just demolished the forest below. That's recent. Crazy. That would have been a sight to see. Nothing to steer with. I don't like that sweeper. Ooh, some boils. Woo. It's pretty late in the afternoon and I'm going to try to bang off another 15 or 20K. It just needs to be done. I'm not looking forward to it, but it needs to be done.
Change my ways. Change my ways. They told me I could leave soon if I changed my ways.
I'm just pulling over because I saw something that looked pretty crazy stuck in this bluff here. In areas where somehow the glaciers skipped them, you can sometimes see mammoth tusks and mammoth bones sticking out of the side of cut banks and bluffs alongside the river like this. But I don't think this is what that is, but I saw something interesting. It looked like some old bones, an old skull, maybe an old moose skull. In the museum at Whitehorse is a steppe bison skull someone just found like this. Prehistoric type of bison. Couple pieces of bone here. Well, was it worth pulling over? I think so. Pretty cool. Probably didn't exactly add a ton of distance to my schedule today. Well, I'm still in this broad, sweeping valley, and it's tricky. The bends in the braids of this very braided section of river, there's sweepers, there's pushy current, they're tight, the turns are very tight. I've made it today about 25 kilometers. I'm going to try to bang off another 11K. Looks like the rain is going to be upon me. It's coming right for me right now, actually. I've done 30 kilometers today. Where I camp, I'm going to have done 35. So that means I've paddled 80 kilometers by the end of today total. That means I have 220 left to do in 5 days. That's horrible. Why was I thinking that I would have more time on this trip? If I'm 80 kilometers in on this trip, that means I have to bang off 44 kilometers per day to make it to my end point in the next 5 days. That's kind of a lot considering I have rapids and stuff like that. So yeah, I better start dragging my ass out of bed at 5:30 in the morning. When I paddled the Hess, I banged off 100K in one shot on the Stewart. I wasn't sure if there's just logs in there or what, but it's just a straight up class 2 standing wave. Shouldn't be too much longer before we get to camp now. Hoping that the spot I've chosen, there's a tributary there. I'm hoping it's half decent. Just coming up to an old burn. There's something always a little eerie, a little haunting about an old burn, but it's cool at the same time. Amazing how it just came up here and this is where it stopped. This is all green and that's all burnt. I'm not sure when this fire was, but not in the distant past, that's for sure. Maybe within the last 5 years, 10 years. It's nice to camp near an old burn because there's always tons of firewood with all the standing dead dry spruce trees. It's a big spruce tree there for this area. Just completely torched. Must have been quite the flame. And it didn't jump to the other side of the river.
Burn? No burn. Where is the river going? Oh man. I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. Where the hell am I? I'm lost in some tiny little brae that's so narrow, and there's like a sweeper across the river. This is where sweepers can be dangerous. Like this one, for example. Oh. Yikes. Oh, sweeper across the fucking river. Oh, I was supposed to be at camp already. At the campsite I thought I was going to stay at, I was in the wrong channel of the Baird, and like, it just sucked. Me. Where the f am I? I feel like I'm on just like a tiny intimate stream here. I don't know how the hell I wound up in here. I always take the channel that has the most water going into it, but somehow I ended up in this tiny little side slough. Oh no, I can't even see. Okay, so I think this is the main channel. Interesting little side adventure there, actually. It's pretty fun. Doesn't look too much like a main channel, but more main channel. Okay, I'm gonna brave the sweepers. I think tonight's not gonna be a fancy dinner night for old Jim. I think it's gonna be like eat a can of sardines and go to bed. Although I don't have any sardines. I've smoked mussels though. I know what you're thinking, Jim. You have enough mussels as it is. But I'm talking about the canned mussels. Well, this doesn't seem like a good fishing spot, but seems like a place to call home for the night. I'm pretty weary. Probably paddled about 45 kilometers today. Now I only have to paddle about 43 kilometers a day each day. Anyways, this actually looks like not a bad spot here. There's a place for the tent right there that's flat. Driftwood around. I'll take it. O'clock right now, so I should be climbing into bed right now. I didn't mean to end this late, but it just, there was nowhere else to camp and blah blah blah. But anyways, yeah, so I don't even think I'm gonna do a proper dinner tonight. I ate a bunch of trail mix really later on in the day, so I'm not too hungry anyways. Will I be wearing my dry suit tomorrow? I don't know. I'll consult the maps tonight and switch over to today's. I think I might have an intense canyon to deal with. Thankfully I haven't had to put this to the test. You don't have to bring a gun, but solo in grizzly bear country, I think probably be safe to say that's recommended. Makes my wife happy too. But if you're with a large group, you probably don't really need one. I don't think most people bring one, except when if they're traveling with small kids and stuff like that. But me alone here, solo, grizzly bear country, probably not a bad idea. That's gonna be dinner for tonight. smoked mussels. My favorite part of the day is upon me. The part of the day where I change into nice, dry, socky poos and boots. Considering I'm just eating a tin of mussels and going to sleep, I'll be taking them off momentarily. It's just such a nice feeling to get on dry footwear. I'm gonna definitely let this scene play out. This is the best thing I've shot all trip. I would consider this advanced level bushcrafting. Do some smoothing like that. Sometimes, you know, in a pinch that'll work. Sometimes you might want to take a couple days really to perfect it. Take the week off work and just really get it perfect, but for out here that'll do. A couple weeks off work if you really want to get it perfect. But this will do. Getting into some Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid is my only vice out here. If Kool-Aid can be a vice. Today was a good day. I got a late start and still managed to do 45 kilometers. My shuttle doesn't leave Mayo to drive me back to Whitehorse until the 5th, but my float plane pickup is on the 3rd because Alcan was booked on the 4th. So I'm gonna send them a message on my inReach just asking if there's any more openings on the 4th, because to be honest with you, I wouldn't mind an extra day out here so I wouldn't have to be so rushed. Maybe actually get a chance to do some gold panning and some trekking and some fly fishing and that kind of stuff. But even if it's just doing what I did today again and again, hopefully with getting to have a fire and dinner, I'll still be having a good trip and hopefully be capturing some good footage for everybody. But I guess that's it for me. It's probably 10:45. Look how bright it is out here. Land of the midnight sun. I'm gonna turn in good night, and tomorrow is gonna be an adventure. We got likely some intense whitewater, a canyon, it might be a portage, it might be a run. I'm gonna have to get my spray deck set up and make some decisions. My guess is it will be runnable, but I might be being optimistic, so fingers crossed. We'll only know till we get there. Now for one coffee and a top up. I went over the maps a little more, and I think I'm gonna take the time to climb Nitro Mountain. I'll basically camp where I'm gonna start the hike from this evening. So I'm gonna bang off 35 kilometers today. I am gonna be going through some canyons today, but they're not really whitewater canyons. So I think I'm gonna risk not putting my dry suit on and leaving the spray deck off in order to just save time and get out of camp quickly, because that takes some time. Yeah, this river, it hasn't really needed a spray deck because there hasn't been the big waves, but it still has been very spirited, consistent, ripping current, tight bends. You're always on your toes. You know, being as remote as it is, those sweepers can be dangerous. You know, it's hard to grade it compared to just a typical whitewater river that's just flat water and then a big rapid, where this one is just constantly seems like somewhat of a rapid. I brought my fly rod with me, catch some grayling, maybe a lake trout, and so I think I'm gonna rig that up before I leave, bust out the fly rod and try a few casts at promising looking spots. Of course, I don't have a ton of time for that kind of stuff because I still got to bang off 35k, but I should be able to do it all. my trip is nearing the halfway point. Feels like I just got here. Beautiful so far, like loving it. Loving this river here, this clear water I'm on. It's making me thirsty just to look at. Wow, this is super cool. Big sloping bluff coming right into the river here. Woo! Some fun standing waves. The current slows down and that fast current hits the slow current, and that's what creates a standing wave. So standing waves aren't made by rocks, they're made by fast water hitting slow water. You notice the current's a little slower here. And standing waves are those waves in a rapid that you see it just stay in one place. They'll just stay there. It makes that noise. Sometimes more like, sometimes, but mostly. And sometimes it's like, but not too often. Well, I might do a little bit of fly casting in this spot, I reckon. Well, there doesn't seem to be much of a back eddy or area where there's no current here. It's also shallow. Typically the fish like a little back eddy with no current. They can hang out there and pick off food that's drifting down in the current. So this might not be the best spot, but you never know. This isn't a tributary either, it's just another braid feeding the main channel of the river. Well, bummer, no luck here. I think I did see a little one jump out there, but there's too much current, it's too shallow, not enough of a back eddy. Once I get out of these braids, I think it'll be better and I'll pick up the next tributary and fish there. But beautiful spot to stop and take a few casts. I'm gonna call this no fish bluff. It acted like there was fish there, but it was bluffing. I'll be here all night. I'd say try the fish, but there aren't any. Actually looks like there's about 100 yards of river where there's not a ripping tight turn with sweepers everywhere. I just tucked my rod under the carrying handle at the front there. As long as you don't jump in the canoe and like stomp on the rod and break it, it should be okay. But for the most part, the tip's tucked down low, so branches sticking out from shore probably won't catch it. It still potentially could happen, so I'm taking a bit of a risk, but no risk, no reward. Kingfisher with a fish. Huge mountains there, peeking up in the distance. There's all these little falcons. I think they're called kites. They're small, fast birds of prey. And looks like there's at least 2 nesting pairs up there, and they didn't like the fact that I was coming close. So they're chirping at me. This is awesome, guys. It's surreal. What weather too. When I was on the bottom plume, it was just like pretty freaking cold, and I had frost in the middle of July. Can't hold up for too long. I'm sure I'll get some nasty weather sometime, but this is just epic. Well, it appears that the creek mouth I was going to fish at must have been hidden behind one of the islands in these braids, and I went past it. It should have been there by now. Unless I'm making terrible time, which is, you know, all too possible.
Yeah, you got to be on your toes in these braids. You know, you'll come around the corner, there'll be ripping current, it'll be pushing right up against a cut bank with trees falling down, bushes in the water, sweepers ready to knock you out of your boat or even pin your boat. It can be very dangerous. But there are a lot of nice stretches where it's not so challenging too. Here's a deep section, super deep here. Figure it's not a bad idea to stop and stretch the old legs anyways. Scarf some trail mix. Hopefully I can get into something here. I don't know. It looks deeper. There's no tributary. It's just a back eddy, but it's deep. The last spot I tried, there was no still current, no real back eddy, and it was shallow. I got one. This must be what the kingfisher had. A tiny baby grayling. On to the next spot. Just paddling up to the foot of a gorgeous mountain. It's like a diamond. Looks like a big pointy diamond pointing upwards. Ooh, a cool breeze. Oh yes. Oh, I need that. Just cooked there while I was fishing. But a bit of a rapid coming up. Just looks like one rock or hole that I gotta miss to the left, but the left looks shallow. So hopefully I don't get swept into it. Well, I think this is definitely my favorite stretch of the river so far. Just awesome. Canyon-like, the mountains are right beside the river. Unbelievable. I've been taking my time going through it because I just don't want to blast by it. It's so awesome. Somewhere in the distance, the gambler, he broke even, and in his final words I found an ace that I could keep. Well, just coming up to the West Hart River, and it is definitely dumping a load of sediment into the crystal clear waters of the Hart, but maybe it's not extremely substantial and the water will still be clear enough. I don't know. Well, it's around here where the heart-shaped rock from whence the river got its name, Gwich'in name is supposed to be. I don't see it though. And then what's a heart? Like, I don't think Gwich'in people back in the day had like a heart, like a Valentine's heart shape either. Could it be that? Not really shaped like a heart. Maybe this? We're still headed through this canyon lands here, and it is amazing. A lot of canyons have rapids in them. Well, this doesn't really, but it gives you time to actually look up and take in the grandeur and beauty of the canyon walls and ridges and mountains. It's pretty freaking awesome. Looks like I won't be rolling into camp till pretty late again today though, but no point in getting stressed out about it. I think that's Mount Nitro right there.
That's what I'm gonna climb tomorrow. It wasn't until after the Klondike gold rush had started that there became a police presence in the Yukon. The Northwest Mounted Police came in to bring about some kind of order, and they had a winter route between Dawson, which was the kind of heart of the Klondike, at Fort McPherson, which is down the Peel River actually in the Northwest Territories. And their winter route, very arduous and long, I think crossed the Hart River somewhere around here. It even followed it for a little short bit. And there's old foot trails, old travel routes from Gwich'in people who spent a good portion of the year in the mountains here and traveled migratorily from here downriver and back up. And you know, I'm just sort of feel that connection with this incredible country around me, but in a part I feel sad that I'm never really gonna know it like some of the people who spent their lives getting to understand the movements of nature and being able to spot an animal so well and communicate with animals, calling them, understand their movements, and just be really a part of nature and of this environment in a much deeper sense. Unfortunately, that's a dying way, and like a lot of people, you know, you take the path that'll try to pay the bills and make money, and less is learning and understanding those skills, a way that you can actually make money. To me, even though it might not be practical and in a sense that it might not pay the bills, to me it's just worth so much more than money. That knowledge, it really is. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. There it is. Yes. Oh, I lost it. Well, it looks like the water's still cleared up for grayling to hit. There's one. Small. Ah, the smell of Arctic Grayling slime on my hands. I'm just looking at these epic cliffs, colors in the rock, little trees studding some of the ridges, the sun catching some of them, little pillars sticking up. So cool. That looks like a good fishing hole there, but I'm almost at camp and it's so late. I'll have to put my fly fishing dreams on hold, I think. So Nitro Mountain is essentially right here. So I'm looking for a campsite on the left. First thing I see, I'm gonna jump out. Wow, this is just incredible. My hike tomorrow up Nitro Mountain. It was named after Joe Nitro. I'm not sure if he was related to Gladys Nitro, who was one of the people that spearheaded the protection of the Peel watershed. One of the last completely intact watersheds in the entire world. The Snake, the Bonnet Plume, the Hart, the Wind River are all tributaries of the Peel watershed. It was slated for major development, and after a very long battle all the way to the Supreme Court, the majority of it has been protected, and not protected as a park, just protected as, okay, we're not going to go mess this place up. So it's pretty special. Real debt of gratitude is owed to these people, the real heroes. Well, I made it, my 35K. There's a little creek pouring in here. Mount Nitro is right over there. looking extremely challenging, but I'm gonna give it a shot tomorrow and set up camp here. This looks like a decent spot. I'm gonna go check it out, see if I can find a flat space, but another long day on the water. Oh, the knees. There might even be some fish here. But that is the way that I'm gonna hike up to the mountain tomorrow. Looks like a half decent place to camp. Yes, indeed. A beautiful site. Looks like some others have camped here before. I'll take it. Wow. Beautiful site. Awesome view. I could smell that forest fire smoke in the air now. You barely see the mountains in the distance. Always a tinge of concern. Hopefully the wind changes and it blows out of here. Or else I'm not going to get much of a view from the mountaintop. I'm going to do a pizzadilla. I'm going to fold it over so I can flip it. Because last time didn't work out too well for old Jim. Hi-yo. This is a beautiful spot. There's a fire pit here. Typically what people do on these rivers, which is great, is just a leave no trace principle, where you don't build fire rings and leave them. And most of the time, if anybody did, they're camping on the gravel bars, and they all just get washed away at the next spring anyways. Alright, let's check this out. Let's see how these look. Look at the cheese. Look in there. Traveled a long way today. The canyons were amazing. I'm gonna go down and get some water and tuck in for a well-deserved rest. After today, I have 5 days left to finish this trip, so wish I had a bit more time. I'm feeling a little pushed, to be honest with you, but I'm gonna just take the time to do this hike. She's a boiling. Coffee. Smells good. What I'm doing is I've been mixing 1 pack of regular with 2 packs of the flavored instant oat. Plus sugar. It's oatmeal or no meal out here. It is day 7 and I decided to change my clothes. That was my modeling strut. I learned it from the Budnik brothers. Anyways, that's not my seat. That would have been really shitty. I just camped at this big mountain runoff gulch. Really beautiful. Even though I got to camp late, got to bed around 10:30, which isn't bad. Out of the tent at 7, so got a solid 8 hours sleep. Okay, 7.5 hours sleep. And I'm sort of just plotting what my best route would be to climb Mount Nitro. I think I'm gonna veer off this gulch and head up another runoff valley that's not too treed. The other way I could go is up this gulch right to the peak, but it's really steep. So I think I'm gonna do this, get up onto the ridge line, walk along the ridge line a bit. As you can see, there's a lot of forest fire smoke that blew in. You know, I was thinking from up there I could probably see over to the Blackstone River, which is the next river in this watershed to my west, but it's looking like that's probably not gonna be possible. It's gonna be a 6 to 8 hour round trip to climb up there, which means I will be camping here again. So I'm gonna leave my tent set up, all my stuff ready. That way I'll have shelter even if anything goes wrong and I get back late. I'm going to do a little pre-blister prep. When it comes to blisters, probably the best thing you can do is prevention beforehand. So I'm just slapping some duct tape right on the old tootsies.
around the back of the heel, along the base of the foot, like that. Doing some prepping. I'm gonna need my first aid kit, my survival kit, hat, sunglasses, lunch, and water. I'll bring some water tabs too. And then of course I'm gonna take my GPS with maps in it, my inReach messaging device. I'm gonna pack that up quick and hit the trail. And there is no trail. This is just me following creek valleys and mountain passes and ridges. So it's gonna be awesome. Can't wait. Compass. I also have a bear banger, bear spray here on my belt in the event that I should have to spend the night out there. Between the rain gear, the sweater, and the Mylar blanket in my survival kit, I probably have enough that I could survive the night if I got lost or injured out there and couldn't travel home tonight. And of course stuff to make a fire and all that too. And I'm off. Setting off at a decent pace. A lot of the smoke's cleared up. However, it's gotten a lot hotter, so maybe I should have left early. But the steep part is what's going to take a lot of energy. The air gets thinner the higher you get as well. So got my work cut out for me. That is where I'm going. We got some blueberries, ladies and germs. That's a nice sound. It appears that the creek is exposed here, running above the rocks. On a hot day like this, I think I'm going to take the opportunity, even though I'm not far into the trek, I'm going to climb down there, drink one of my water bottles, and refill out of that creek. I probably won't even tab it. I brought water tabs in case water's questionable, but I don't think this water's questionable. There's no beaver dams or anything like that, so it's just essentially snow runoff. Oh man, that's so good. So cold. Looks like someone put a marker there. I've made my way up this stream and it looks like maybe that's the way to go. That's steeper than I'd anticipated, but doable. This rock doesn't even look like a marker. It just looks like it's naturally like that. I think I'm gonna go for it. Up here, up there, to there, up, and then across. Looks like I really have my work cut out for me here, but I think I can do it. I think I'm gonna go for it. Once I get up there, it'll be pretty easy going, and then down. It can be tough on the knees and that, but it's not as physically arduous on the cardio side. You can see though, I've come up quite a ways. I've come out here and gone around the bend, well above the river now. Definitely a little hazy from the fire smoke. Different route than I had plotted, and cutting up a lot sooner as opposed to walking up the valley more, which means I'll have more of a vertical climb but shorter of a distance to walk along the ridge when I get up there. So it's not easy going. The scree rock stuff is very challenging to walk in. Delicious. Now that's some high quality H2O. What movie's that from?
This is just made with lard. I can already feel that energy from the pemmican just hitting me. Man, that sun is hot. I will eat one more thing of pemmican. Well, I'm doing it. Definitely a false summit there though. Once I crest that, it's gonna keep going up. Looks like a little more smoke is blowing in, but view still should be epic from up there. Starting to catch up to me right about now. I can feel that the air has gotten thinner, but it's also cooled down a bit, which is nice. Now I have the hard part right in front of me. Here is a straight up piece of lava rock. A long, long time ago, there was a volcano sitting in the middle of the bright, deep blue sea, and from his lava cave, the sound of laughter that he made. Very close to here, there was a shallow sea. That sea gave way over many billions of years to the Mackenzie Mountains. You can find fossils at the tops of the Mackenzie Mountains, fossils of sea creatures, which is wild. And to think that at one time, obviously, there's a volcano spewing out around here. I'm not going to be going up this runoff gulch anymore. I'm going to veer off and climb up a steeper part, hopefully get to a less steeper part that'll bring me up to the main ridge of Mount Nitro. It's tough going, but I'm doing it, you know? I'm doing it. All right, this is gonna be a scramble on all fours. You know, you gotta be careful, because if I fall and I pick up speed, it could be SOL pretty quick. This is way too steep. I think it might be dangerous, so I should fall and pick up any speed. I'm gonna keep going for it though. There's some trees up here. If I can get to the trees, I should be okay. I might actually just cut right across right there and get on some solid ground. This is crazy. Stepping in this stuff just slides right out from under you. Yikes. That's better. I made it out of that sketchy scree into some solid ground, but it's still going to be like a scramble on all fours type situation here. This is going to be by far the hardest part here. Slow and steady wins the race here. I could barely even put down my backpack for fear that it's going to roll all the way back down to the Hart River. It looks like a bunch of smoke's blowing in, kind of killing the view, but still really cool. Well, I just stumbled across something that here, way up here on the ridge, that looked kind of like an old cache. It could just be the way this rock scree fell on top of each other. So I pulled a couple rocks out. It felt like what seemed like a breeze coming from in the hole. So I dug down a bit and just found a bunch of interesting rocks, but maybe it's just the cool air. But it'd be cool if there's a cave or something hidden under here. I mean, makes me wonder I don't think this is a place people would come search for gold. Typically they'd stick to the creek beds and stuff like that. Definitely not the first to have climbed this mountain. I'm almost up this patch of green here, then I'm back onto the big chunks of rock scramble. Not looking forward to it, but I'm getting there. This is part of the trek where it starts to feel a little daunting. Just gotta tell myself, hey, first of all, it never gets dark here. Got all day, pace myself, just keep putting one foot in front of the other and I'll get there, and don't get discouraged. It's nice once in a while to look back. There's my tent and see where you've come from when you start to get discouraged. Oh, I got so much further to make it. Well, look back and hey, I've already made it a good distance. Drank my 1 liter of water though. I have 1 more left. I found what looks like a Dall sheep trail or a mountain goat trail. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to follow it to what looks like a peak, or I don't know if it's technically the summit, but I'm going to follow along to that peak where I think I'm going to get an awesome view. Pretty cool to be all the way up here and see pretty distinct game trail. I like it. Some poop up here. It's more like rabbit poop though. High up for a rabbit. I think trusting the mountain sheep trail is the way to go, because it just brought me to this ridge so much easier than if I'd just gone straight up there and down. This wonderful cool breeze was just completely blocked by the mountain on my way up, and I literally started thinking I was going to get heat stroke. Didn't have enough water. It was so steep, it was pretty dangerous to be honest with you at times. And now I'm just sitting in a little saddle on this epic ridge line. Next ridge line I can see the Blackstone River, which is another river, the Peel watershed. And here on this mountain face I can see crazy, they must be mountain goat trails just working their way along against some really steep topography. Pretty spectacular despite the forest fire smoke. Oh, and I can't tell you how nice this breeze is, man. I needed that. I'm going to continue walking along this till I can find a way to get back down. I've been following this sheep trail and no surprise, a couple Dall sheep right over that hump. Pretty amazing. Well, I came down the saddle and I see some treetops just popping up there, which is probably about as high as you're going to see any trees get, because this is all alpine tundra here. And I think this indicates probably a good route to go back. My camp is way over there, so if I go straight down and then kind of bushwhack through there about a click and a half or so, I'll be back at camp. I don't really want to go down something that's as steep as what I came up. Man, I'm gonna miss this nice breeze and this awesome ridge line. This is so cool up here. I might just take one moment to just sit and take it in. I'm glad that I decided to make this trek. Yeah, easy going once you're up here. Tough to get here, but nice when you're up here. Pretty cool. Well, I have begun my descent. As soon as I crest over onto the Hart River side of the ridge, the wind stops, but luckily it's not as hot as it was. But really the Hart River and the Blackstone River are pretty close here. It's just that they're really far because you literally have to climb this mountain and then down into a valley and then up another mountain to get from one to the other. So it wouldn't be a good place to try to portage from one to the other, that's for sure. Hopefully this turns out to be good. I've had issues coming down off mountains before where you think you know the way down and you start going down and then you hit a cliff. You walk along the cliff and then you run out of land. You have to go way back up, walk along again, think you have a passage down again, find out you don't. Literally get stuck on the mountain for hours as it's getting dark. It can be kind of stressful. But I think just looking at my map that this is gonna work. Also just the fact that there's trees here. I'm not walking that scree. It would be great if I could avoid that scree for sure, but yeah, not as tiring, but still more people get injured going down than up. In fact, in hardcore mountain climbing, more people die, knock on wood, going down than do coming up. If you fall forward, well, things are interesting. Well, so far so good. This was actually the route that I was considering coming up and back down, or go walk along the ridge and come down. Yeah, it might actually have been a good route up because the way I took up sucked. But no scree, not yet anyways. This could be a patch of forest and then we'll see. Still way up. I'll make it slow and steady, but looks like there's a super steep stretch to come, and if it gets too steep I might have to bushwhack along the side of the hill for a bit to get somewhere where it's a little better. I don't know. I'll feel better once I'm down further. My biggest concern right now is the lack of water that I have. There's going to be no water on this route down at all, and I'm already super thirsty. Should be okay, but it just might be like completely parched by the end of it. It's coming down part here and I can see footprints in the grass where the grass is folded over. Looks like a good chance it could be a bear, so just gonna make some noise. Hey bear! Hey bear! Beat it! One of the issues with not having enough water is it causes horrible cramps. The underside of your thighs and your calves. Any chance you're cramping out there, people think it's from overexhaustion, but 90% of the time it's from dehydration. Looks like I haven't chosen the best route here after all as well. I probably should have taken another valley coming off the mountain this way, because it looks like here I'm going to have to go down and then way back up again, and then I'll be about 1.5 kilometers on flat land from camp even at that point. So but I haven't been dealing with like a ton of scree, and maybe there'll be a creek down there, but I don't know how the hell this happened. Looked like the best way to go, but I guess important thing is I get down off the mountain and I'll get back to camp eventually before I die of the dehydration. Just looking at that water is making me thirsty. These blueberries are definitely helping to hydrate me. You can see now the river, my campsite's right about there. So I'm getting there. It's looking like the leisurely flat part is coming to an end. And there is the Hart River. Well, I think it's safe to say I made it, and I'm definitely not going to die of dehydration. My campsite is just over that way, probably 100, 200 meters away. So I'm more or less going to follow the river back to the site, but should be there in 2 minutes. So I think it's safe to say I did it. Climbed Mount Nitro, walked along the ridge at the top, found my way back down to camp. Awesome, awesome day. Feels good to have accomplished something hard like that. There's times when I thought, man, this is dangerous, or is it worth it? And in the end, absolutely it was. So great day. Don't have to break camp today, staying at my campsite. So I'm gonna go back, drink a lot of water, and get dinner going. Back at camp. A little more beat than when I left, but satisfied. Well, right as my water was boiled and I was about to take the pot off the fire, the stick it was on broke and it dumped off and spilled. When at first we don't succeed, we try again. At least it didn't put the whole fire out, that's all. You know, could have been worse. I lugged this big ass can of tomato sauce out here, so the rest I have are just the packaged ones, Alfredo and stuff like that. It's like a powder, and you can just leave some water in there and then dump it in. Well, that's Dunsky. Couple hunks of ash in there, good for the digestive system. All of it. That is a lot of food. Time for a feast. Nailed it on the pasta. It almost seems surreal looking at it now that I just climbed that today. Pretty awesome. It's a ways up. Today was a pretty big day. I took the time to explore some of the surrounding country of the Hart River. This country was traveled through largely by the waterways, but people also traveled overland. There's various foot trails that connect one river to another. It wasn't only traveled on by water. People got off of the waterways. They traveled into the mountains to hunt, to, you know, explore, and that's the indigenous people who were here far before. So pretty cool to imagine not just kind of passing by on a trip, but actually having this be your permanent way of life. Looking forward to getting back on the water tomorrow, getting back into some more fishing, and seeing what the river has in store. Tomorrow might be the day where I'm going to be hitting up an intense whitewater canyon with raging class 2 and 3 rapids. After today, I have 5 days left on the Hart River and also the Peel to make it to my float plane pickup location at Canyon Creek. I think at this rate, I'm gonna be okay. As long as I keep making the distance I have to make, it's doable. It's a bit of a different trip than my Bonnet Plume or Hess River trip where you're really consumed with rapids, but the river is still very spirited, as you saw with the sweepers and going through the tight bends and the braided current, and every river is a little bit different, and that's why you gotta paddle them all. Well, beautiful campsite here, perched up on, what the hell am I on? I don't know. But perched up high above the river here. Foggy and hazy, but also forest fire smoke all mixed together are giving us this really cool, enchanting look this morning. And another great place to have a cup of coffee, that's for sure. To the naked eye, this doesn't really look like much, but to me, this looks like a large old structure. And I mean very old, considering that that tree right there is probably 80 to 100 years old. And it's growing in what is now the middle of this structure. So that's a right angle there. And then there's another one on that side, and it goes for almost 30 feet in this direction. So a very large rectangle here. A fire came through here, maybe burnt whatever remnants of the cabin were left whenever that tree burnt. Judging by the fact on how decayed this is and that you can barely notice it, you know, we're talking about something that could be a couple hundred years old, if not more even. Just judging the size of these trees growing out of it. Here and here, those are growing in what would have been the middle of the structure. Anyways, pretty interesting. Beautiful place to build a cabin or to spend large portions of the time. I know that there's definitely Dall sheep trails in the mountains here, which the Gwich'in hunted and still do hunt, and probably caribou in the area as well. It's an area where it's going to be very hard if you're traveling upriver to get through that canyon at certain water levels. So it might be an area where a staging area or just a good spot to call home. I think even just getting a tiny glimpse into what their lives were like kind of puts your mind back in time to when things were a little bit different, to when people lived differently, and I don't know, just really enriches the whole experience out here. Well, it's looking like I won't get to them today, but I do have some intense rapids, class 3 canyon that ever has a place in the back of my mind as approaching. And I'm probably gonna want the spray deck for that, so I don't need it today, but it's a half decent spot to put it on, and I might as well just slap it on, get it over with. Okay, I got one side lashed down. Now I do the same thing on the other side. All right, there we go. Spray deck on and solar panel re-rigged up. So I'm getting on the river probably about 11:30, not ideal, but I don't have a super far to make it today, so I should be okay. Anyways, here we go. Looks like the river got murkier overnight. There was some thunder and a little bit of drizzle last night, so my guess is it must have rained upriver, and those tributaries got full of silt, which washed in here, but it's almost a brown color right now. Well, yesterday it was a blue. Ooh, there's a ledge here. There is a bald eagle perched on top of this pillar. Look. The bald eagle is the gatekeeper of this rapid. Must have a nest up there. I'm gonna call this Bald Eagle Rapids. Woo! Hi, Eagle! It's looking right at me. You could probably pick out the hairs on my chinny chin chin. Show me your dick! Paddling on for a bit, and I got a funny feeling. I literally could just had that feeling that something was staring at me. I looked back and the eagle is clearly still staring at me. Definitely not the most tricky paddling moments of the trip, but some of the biggest standing waves yet. Whoa. What a pretty place to addy out. This is a side slaw. I see a beaver dam up there though, but it's a side slaw that a tributary creek enters, and beavers have it dammed up pretty substantially. I was going to jump out and take a couple casts here, see if we can get any fish. The tributary that comes in just above that beaver dam, I guess, isn't bringing enough clear water in, so maybe it's just you know, too cloudy. The water's not clear enough here for there to be fish, and it seems like after the rain we got last night and just all the tributaries bringing in loads of silt with them, that we don't have a clear water river anymore. So it's going to be trickier to catch fish. I'm going to have to focus more on the clear water tributaries and you know, obviously try any back eddies and stuff, but they could just not be biting because it still looks like a decent spot. I don't know, but we'll see. So there's that beaver dam, but yeah, just a little trickle coming through it. Looks like clear water, but not clear enough. Grayling, yes, just in this little side slaw. At the base of these epic cliffs with jagged tops studded with pillars at the top. Amazing. Would you look at what we have here? A mountain runoff creek. This river is just like surreal. It's so awesome. Well, there's been a few rapids today, which are just basically wave trains, but pretty smooth sailing for this last little part. Scenery's not quite as good as when I was in those canyons, but still amazing. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna push on and try to make it more than 25K today. So basically I'm gonna try to make it about another 7K and look for a spot to camp. hopefully somewhere as usual with decent fishing. But yeah, it's been a beautiful day on the water. It'd be nice if I'd seen a little bit of wildlife, but can't complain. Bald eagle. Oh, we got a pretty good rapid here. Here's a little tributary. Could be some fish in this tributary here. Not exactly rolling in with any momentum though. Sometimes when they come in fast they make a bit of an eddy, but it's clear. Dinner's about to be caught, ladies and germs. There is the tributary. Yes. Okay. So far, first cast was a nice grayling. Oh yeah, first cast, baby. First cast. Yes. Oh, there's that bald eagle. I have its fishing hole. Maybe it's fished it out. Got one here. There she is. Yes. I gotta say, this has gotta be the best fishing hole of the whole trip yet. Maybe not as big average size as some of them upriver, but I just put away the fly rod and I thought, okay, I'll take a couple casts with this spinning rod before I push off. And I've just been here catching and releasing fish after fish, literally on almost every cast. Watch this, just quick cast out, boom, fish. And I'm fishing with only 2 hooks that are barbless on this as well. Look, just endless amount of fish. That's a smaller one. I'm gonna push on, but it's almost 7. So between putting the spray deck on, but I'll have done my 25K today. Look at that, another one. Every cast, I'm telling you guys, this is magical. This is a good one too. Look at that chunker. Noticeably larger. I've already kept 3, so that's probably enough for me to eat. Goodbye, enchanted fishing hole. I love you. to get out my GoPro. I got swept into those boils. So sketchy, one of the most unpredictable things. So they spun me around, and well, next thing you know, I'm paddling the rapids backwards. Scariest part of the trip yet. Okay, this is gonna be the spot. Looks a little rocky, a little lumpy, but might have to just bust out my inflatable ground pad and deal with it. Other than that, it looks good. Looks like there's some wood here. Not so windy, beautiful surroundings. I'll take it. I'll take it, gosh darn it. Maybe I can move some of the bigger boulders, but I gotta stop. I can't keep pushing on. It's so late. Ah, what a nice evening, man. Compared to the weather I was getting last year on the Bonnet Plume, this is like, I had frost in July. I mean, I didn't mind. I was prepared for it. It's the northern Yukon, but it was cold, rain. Never really got too warm. I was paddling in a sweater. Complete opposite this time. Poles, this little metallic color thing, which is key for that to slip on, is gone. So I don't know if it came loose and it slid down inside one of the poles. I looked in there, I can't see it. I don't know how it would have disappeared. So I splinted it with some saplings, but it's far less than ideal. Dizzy, I'm dizzy. Always plenty of driftwood on these gravel bars. I just had to go into the bushes over there and find some that was kind of washed up against the bushes and drift piles from higher water times. And just at the foot of this beautiful mountain, after coming through that canyon today, really awesome. Hitting that epic fishing hole, the bald eagle staring at me, and that little kind of cove I went into where I saw those bald eagle prints and the beaver dam. And just, of course, the scenery all around made it a pretty special day. Fresh fish. Nothing like it, I'm telling you. It is day 9 of my trip. I have 4 days left, counting today. Who knows what today has in store? Hopefully I get into some epic fishing. Time to fire up the eyebrow remover. Well, there's my attempted splint fix. I put 2 pieces of sapling on either side of the broken joint. The joint was missing this little metallic colored piece here. I don't know how that disappeared. Maybe it got pushed down inside, or so I had to splint it with 2 pieces of twigs. Basically, I used green twigs and duct tape. Seemed to work, but it's definitely questionable. I only have 4 days left on this trip, including today, so hopefully it makes it 3 more nights. Will my coffee be too weak or too strong, somewhere in the middle, or just right? I miss my kids a lot. I have like a couple of videos on my phone that I've watched a bunch of times because I brought my phone. I've been using it as an alarm clock, clearly not very effectively because I usually sleep in about a half an hour after my alarm rings. And so I have videos of Huddy playing the ukulele and of Wesley laughing while listening to music, and like a bunch of other things too. You know, we get so caught up in our lives, our day-to-day lives, the busyness of having a family, of our jobs and managing a household, that we sometimes forget to just stop and realize how like amazing and special our lives are, you know? And I guess just being away from the family and missing them, and like just watching a couple of these videos of the kids too, it just makes me want to go home and slow down for a little bit and enjoy my property, spend time with the kids, swimming and barbecuing and tending to the gardens and stuff like that. As we build things and we build like our lives, that we always kind of want more, and you need to, how am I gonna save for retirement? You know, you need to keep working and all that, but I think it's important to sometimes just slow down and just like reflect on what you do have. So I'm at kilometer 160, so that means I have 100 kilometers to go in 4 days. And if I have a long portage around that canyon, that might be pretty challenging. But if I don't, I should be okay. Let me see. Okay, here's the rapids. So yeah, the rapids are it's not just that the rapids are class 3, it's that they're super long. So I doubt it'll be a raging class 3 the whole way, but it's almost a kilometer of class 2-3 rapids. 3 rapids over 1.5 kilometers, and then some more on top of that. So it's looking like it won't be today, but it'll be tomorrow, which will be an intense whitewater day. So I still don't see any fires by Mount Bunos. I got word that they're north of Mount Bunos, which is kind of the direction I'm traveling. Hard to really pinpoint where they are. but it doesn't look like I'm in any immediate danger, that's for sure. There, just like an abyss of smoke. In general, across Canada, the worst wildfire year in Canadian history. Just north of that mountain, there are some fires. See the visibility, you can barely even see the mountains. In the north, the taiga forests or the northern boreal here in the subarctic, fires are common. They have been getting more frequent in recent years, but they are natural actually. The biodiversity of the northern boreal forest is actually largely fire induced, and some biologists even call it pyrodiversity. So it does play a role, it is an important part in the cycle. But either way, there's forest fires around here, and I'm not sure how concerned I should be about them or how far really they are away from the Hart River. They'd be on that bank, so you know, I can't imagine it would burn incredibly quickly during the time I pass through here, but I'm sort of on the fence. You know, do I do a hike? If I do a hike, I can't even see anything anyways, but I'm hiking up to see caves, not necessarily the view. Or do I just kind of get past this whole area where the fires are and get to where for sure I'll be safe? I don't know. I'll have to make up my mind soon though. You know, it's very challenging to see the caves, you know, because I want to see them before I start climbing so I know where the heck I'm going. Some of those caves high up in the mountains, you know, Dall sheep has been using them for thousands of years, and you can find preserved fossilized bones and skeletons and stuff just lying there, even other cool things like that. See a cave there, but that looks like a death clamber to get up there, even for a sheep. That's the way up right there. Shit, looks like I could have gotten up that way after all. Oh man, I couldn't see until I was right there. All right, we'll stick with the new plan. Checking it out from the other side. Quite an impressive rock here. Expect to see gargoyles staring down at me. Well, from here I don't really see any caves from this side, but I see some really cool, like standing sort of spires up there. This looks epic, so I think I'm gonna climb up, see how high I can get up to the ridge. I might not be able to get all the way up because it's near vertical, but I can definitely get up a good ways. So I think I'm going to give it a go. Looks pretty exciting actually. Well, I just tossed my Nalgene bottles out of the boat to take on my hike, and something bad happened. Look at this. Oh no. Well, looks like I'll have 1 liter of water for this trek. These things are supposed to be unbreakable. Camp Wobbin. Now, come to think of it, Tori and I found this on a portage trail about 6 or 7 years ago, and maybe it had sat out all winter and weekend. Oh well, it happens when you party. You have to be extra careful with that one. Well, I am on my way. I'm trying to figure out which is the best way to start going up. I see 2 little caves over there. I think I might head over to this stretch of green, so I'm not going to be clambering up scree those pillars, now that I'm a little closer, look like they're at the top of a sheer cliff. Maybe Alex Honnold could bang that off, but doesn't look like it's in the cards for old Jim today, so we'll go up this way. Pretty cool. I don't know if I'll find any caves, but I'll definitely get a good view. That way there with the grass looks a little more gradual. I think I'm just gonna go right up this way. A little bit of bushwhacking is required. Kind of cool in here actually. Hey bear! Doesn't hurt to make a little noise when you're bushwhacking. Hey bear! Just so you don't come up on a grizzly and surprise it. That's what they say to do. That's why some people carry bells. That looks steep. I don't remember it looking this steep from back at the river. Just making my way up here slowly but surely. And I glanced up quick and it looked like something was staring at me, ducked away behind the rock, something white. So I think it was either a Dall sheep or a mountain goat. Probably Dall sheep. Kind of cool. Or maybe it was a Yeti. There's my canoe. I've made it quite a ways up. Just taking a break because this is exhausting. I'm probably about halfway. I don't know what I'll do when I'll get up there. I'll see if I can kind of walk side hill a little and hit a ridge and maybe walk along this ridge a bit, or I might just enjoy the view and come back down. I still have 20 clicks to make it today, and probably wouldn't hurt to get out of this forest fire area too, so I might do that. We'll see what it's like. If it doesn't take too much effort to get up on the ridge, then I'll probably do it. Check in with the canoe. Yeah, it's still there. Made it up this long, sharp scree scramble. Really second guessing whether I want to go down that way. But look, I'm almost where I'm headed for. I decided to keep climbing. What the hey? I'm surprised to find what looks like bear poop up here, and maybe a mom and cub. It's old, but they both have like flecks of bone in them, which means, yeah, I think it's a mom and cub bear. It looks like I could get back up the ridge line there and get a view over the other side of this mountain to where I first stopped my canoe and considered climbing. I haven't seen any caves here, which is, you know, whatever, but it's still super cool. Like, I'm just way up here amongst these crazy rock formations. There's crevices in the rock. There's just freestanding kind of spires, basically. Little triangles, like it's basically like a sawtooth across the top there, across that ridge. It's super cool, and the views are just amazing. It's hard to believe my canoe is way down there. I'm actually starting to dread the hike back down. And there is my canoe. This is so awesome. When I considered turning back, it was at that point that it was like just starting to get good. And I'm able to just sort of walk along on one side of the ridge here and just experience all these cool rock formations. It's so awesome. Look at that, that's a true spire there. Probably make it up there, but it's already 6 o'clock. Going down the same way I came up is kind of it's the devil I know, you know what I mean? But from here, going down the little valley just to my right looks like not as steep but more scree. But yeah, some of that loose scree, man, going down is gonna be, and it was sharp too. Going down is gonna be pretty interesting, albeit sort of dangerous. So I don't know, I'll make the final decision when I get a little closer. I think I might try the new route. Old way or new way? I think I'm gonna go new way. Why the hell not? If I fell back, I could probably cut my hands. I feel like I haven't come down very far at all. Well, this way is proving to be more dangerous. As you can see from here, this near cliff. What do you think it'll take me, an hour? An hour would be pretty good. It took me an hour and a half to get up here. She's a good girl, loves her mama, loves Jesus, in America too. She's a good girl, crazy about Elvis, loves horses, and her boyfriend too. But I'm a bad boy, 'cause I don't even miss her. I'm a bad boy for breaking her heart. But I'm free falling now, I'm free falling, scree falling, oh my lovin', scree falling. Watching all this scree fall made me think of the song Free Falling by the late great Tom Petty. Anyways, I'll tell you what, partially falling down the mountain is making things go a lot faster. I'm just basically like sliding down with the scree. Just gonna keep giving her and I'll be back down at the boat pretty soon. Right now the boat is about half the size of my pinky finger now from here. That is a fossil of some sort. Okay, this is much better. Made it back onto some dirt and vegetation. It's just far less sketchy. Well, I did it. I made it down through some really steep, sketchy scree, picked up some nice, soft earth with vegetation, grasses and stuff in it. Followed that down and now I'm back in the bush. So I just gotta follow this little animal trail here and do a bit of bushwhacking. And I'll be back at the canoe in no time. Awesome, awesome little hike. I'm glad I did it. And there it is, folks. The canoe. And that's what I just climbed. Pretty good. Okay, so we are done. Epic little trek in the books and back on the river. And it's 5 o'clock already. So I don't think I'm going to try to push really far today, but I'm going to try to bang off like 10 minutes. Got a rapid here. Looks fairly intense. Almost like a ledge. Birdies sang and the wildflowers bloom, and in sunshine the waters are sleeping. But the broken-hearted kens thou shalt second spring again, though the waiful will cease fair their greeting. Oh, you take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland before ye. For me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Another one of these things is broken. You gotta be fucking kidding. It is day 10, and considering my pickup is first thing in the morning on day 12, that means I need to make it all the way to my pickup location at Canyon Creek on the Peel River in 2 days. So I have 2 big paddling days in front of me. Very, very smoky, thick smell of smoke in the air, and
chilly morning, by far the coldest it's been on this trip yet. So yeah, today, probably about less than 10 kilometers from now, I'll be faced with some violent whitewater rapids, followed by several more, hopefully somewhat easier ones. And I'm gonna have to bang off 40K however you look at it, even if I have to paddle to midnight and sleep for 4 hours and get up and do it again. So hopefully it's not that intense. Anyways, here we go. It appears my ground pad got a little too close. Like, wow, that's a lot of steam today. I guess because it's colder or something. And then it's like, oh, it's smoke from my foam ground pad burning.
All the kids have locked the gates. All the lines are drawn and clear. All who are warm, wayward and torn, you're welcome here.
Maple brown sugar morning. You bet your ass.
We live in falling ground. We are the listen more than sound. We have no home. You're not alone. You're welcome.
Perfect. Nailed the eyeballing at coffee. Well, the white water doesn't start for about 12K, so I'm going to tuck this away, but I'm definitely going to be using this whitewater paddle today. I'm using some power of positive thought here to think that this canyon rapid's going to be runnable. The river's pretty wide there, right? So there might be like a sneak route where I can bypass some of the huge waves and stuff like that, but I think that's it. Ready to hit the water. Okay, on the water, day 10. I got my work cut out for me, baby. As I was looking up there, I looked up and I saw a flash of white disappearing behind two rocks. So I saw, pretty sure I just saw about this much of a Dall sheep. They're not easy to see. This isn't marked on my map, but looks like it's a pretty good rapid here. So I'm gonna run it. I don't have time to bust out my whitewater paddle really. Just bedrock underneath me. Smooth bedrock. Well, if this is unmarked, that makes me think the one I'm coming up to is going to be fairly substantial.
This is like a class 1.
Ooh.
Had to make a little move there. A curling pole, basically.
Waterfall trickling down there. Wow. I just did a shot of me paddling around this big bend in the river that just completely flanked with a mountain and cliffs and light brown to khaki to gray to black rock, and a waterfall stream trickling in through a tight valley cut through the middle of the mountain. I don't know what it is, the lighting, the smell of the air, the crispness of the air, the color of the water. I don't know what it is, but it's just so humbling. The size of the mountain, the little bit of fear I felt coming up, hearing that the rapid, wondering if there's a rapid, and it just like is somehow incredibly connecting and spiritual moment here for me right now. Like, people ask me why I do these things, and for moments of like this, and from the bottom of my heart, the best way I can explain it is that you feel the presence of a greater force than yourself. I don't know what it is about this spot. There's 100 spots on this river that are super special, but for some reason this spot is just really speaking to me right now. It's literally like humbling and like literally emotional, I guess is how I could describe the feeling that you get sometimes when you're in places like this. And one good thing about doing them solo is that you kind of are forced to sort of connect with that in a way that you might not be when you're involved in the conversations and connectedness of a group. Although personally I do like probably traveling with a group better. But yeah, definitely you get these moments of introspection when you just are paddling on miles of beautiful river, and you sort of automatically get into like a meditative state almost, and allows you to connect with thoughts that don't seem to come from your own mind. This looks like an epic fishing hole. I bet you there's more in there than just grayling. Maybe lake trout, maybe bull trout, I don't know. I don't have time though to fish it. River valleys opened up here. It's really beautiful too. Well, we are nearing where the main whitewater is, but on the way there it looks like we got another rapid here. Yeah, a ledge or something there. Just gonna avoid it rather than trying to scout. Oh yeah, that wouldn't be fun to go into. Might dump if you bombed into that. Probably not. River's picking up some steam here though. Looks like we got another one up here too. And this whitewater paddle, it's heavier than my other one. But you can just tell that right away it just maneuvers the boat so much more effectively. See, these are the things where I can more or less avoid the crazy part. But I could run it, I just would have to scout first.
Yeah, rapids. That was fun. None of those are marked. Woo! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! That's fun. Actually had a wave come up and over the bow there. I think I see a moose. Bye, moose. Bye. She just kind of hung out and watched me drift by. That was cool. Well, we got this marked rapid coming up, so I better start paying attention to the river. Well, this doesn't look like much, so either the rapid is more substantial when the map was made in higher water, or I'm not where I think I am. Okay, here's something coming up here. Weird rapid. It's like trying to suck you that way, which wouldn't be fun. Oh, it might be fun. You might dump though. Sulfur there. I wonder where that's coming from. So I went around an island to the right because it looked like more rapids to the left, and there's a big rapid where the two currents collided at the downriver side of the island. And right as I was hitting that rapid, I smelled a strong smell of sulfur, which is a telltale sign of hot springs. I've done almost 20 clicks today, so I'm making decent time. Of course, the rapid turned out to be a lot easier than I thought, though there are some class 3s coming up today too, but you know, that was supposed to be a class 2 and it's more like a class 1, so I'm thinking at these levels they won't be super time consuming.
of course you never know. Well, I jumped out of the canoe. I'm walking back upriver on what looks like an extremely well-worn game trail. Look how much higher the water gets through here sometimes, just all along there. Well, we've pretty much come to the end here. Beautiful little side hike. Definitely no hot springs. Not here anyway, so who knows what I was smelling, but definitely was a strong smell of sulfur. Some very interesting markings in the rocks here. Like lava flowing around boulders. These here are rose hips, not quite ready yet. Typically it wouldn't be green if it was ripe. Let's give her a taste. Not ripe, but not bad. These little guys again. I've seen cloudberries. I was calling them low brush Arctic raspberries, but could they be cloudberries? I've seen cloudberries before. We ate a bunch in Labrador, and the little circles are a lot bigger. So maybe people call those cloudberries here. I don't know. They're definitely edible. Blueberries too. Berries. I'm a big berry guy. Big berry guy. A little bit of a different species of blueberry. The bushes grow taller. Why did you miss your float plane, Jim? Oh, I was just picking some berries. Well, as I'm back in my canoe looking at my map, I see here on the portage trail, I remember where I crossed this creek. It was all bushed in, but this creek coming down off the mountain, there wasn't any water in it, but sometimes when the water's low, it'll be running underneath the ground or underneath rocks. I remember crossing that creek on the trail. So potentially if there was a hot spring, it would be somewhere coming out of this mountain there. And by that point it'd be underground. So if I walked up, I might have found warm water coming out of there. Could also be part of the reason why there's a trail there, but probably not. It's probably just a pipe dream and I gotta get going. So I wish I had thought of that being like, I kept looking for this creek, but I kind of imagined more something in the open and boulder strewn than, you know, more of a forest stream type of thing. So, and again, I didn't smell anything, but if I was going to go search again, I'd walk up that creek bed, up the mountain and see if I could see any hot springs coming out of the mountain. So maybe that's for next time. I'll have to paddle this river again. That wasn't even marked. It's marked with a contour line crossing the river there on the topographic map. That was like way more intense than the marked rapid, albeit much shorter. Beauty spot for a lunch stop, just in this big back eddy here. Couple of casky food, you know? Good number of grayling right here in this little pool. Freaking awesome. Well, not bad little spot here. Caught 4 fish, so no tributary, but the water's just clear enough and there's a nice big back eddy. I didn't keep any because I'm hoping I get to camp with enough time to cook up a stew and use those vegetables I've been hanging on to since the beginning of the trip before they go bad. I only have 2 nights left. That's crazy. So maybe on my last night, if I'm lucky, I'll have a nice big fish fry again, but I'm hoping to cook up a rubaboo tonight. Seagulls. To me, that's a sign that we're getting closer to a larger body of water. In this case, the Peel River, the mighty Peel.
Well, we have another couple sets of marked rapids on this map. I know there's going to be some class 3s in here somewhere, but my fear level, considering how the last ones were, which is pretty easy, my fear level has subsided substantially. Ooh, getting pretty tired.
The stars growing in the night, making that sky light up just for you and I. There's no doubt it's all gonna work out.
I'm approaching my 40 clicks for the day. I gotta decide, do I push on or do I pull over and make a good meal, which I could use, and get a good night's sleep, get an earlier start on the day tomorrow. Well, that was pretty fun. I definitely think this rapid needs a name, and it should be Rapide au Golan. That means rapid of the gulls, or even just gull rapid. Appropriate name, I think, and it's in French just because it sounds better. Well, it's 6:30 and I've done my 40K. I'm coming up to this one last rapid here, and I think I'm gonna run it. I'm gonna go ahead and say I think this one's gonna be a solid class 3, because when I look at the map, I see a marked rapid along with a contour line that crosses the river here. And whenever you see a contour line crossing the river at a marked rapid, usually it's something a little more interesting. So coming up to it right now, I'm probably gonna pop out and scout this one out and then find a place to camp at its base. I'll probably get to camp with any luck around 7 o'clock, so not too bad for a 40-kilometer plus long day. Okay, well, I scouted out the rapid and I'm gonna give her. Oh, she looks pretty good.
Do right, feel no man. Son, keep your nose clean, but I can't help but smell the stench of others' evil rising up from hell. My heart beats like Virginia, done split myself in two. One side made for forgiveness, other things that do.
Well, kinda nailed that. Now I can look for a campsite. There's two huge standing waves on the right at the top, but I missed them because my line, like after them, was a sketchy looking hole that I wanted to avoid for obvious reasons. So, but maybe if I'd been able to scout, I would have hit them for fun. This looks like a good place to call home for the night. Whoa, what a beautiful evening. Wow. I just got to change out of this. Was the dry suit necessary for today? No, but you never know, like if it was a cold day out, it would have been a lot nicer, but with this warm weather, your odds on getting hypothermia are way less, because as soon as you get out of the water, even if you've been in for a long time, you warm up. Ideally, I wouldn't have left 40K for my last day. 40K and what are definitely going to be hands down the toughest rapids of the trip on the Peel River. A whole bunch of ledges and solid, you know, long class 3. So, but I mean, I guess there's good current and it's nothing that I haven't done before, so I'm not too worried. Plus, it doesn't get dark till late. If I have to push late, I can. My float plane is coming at like 9 in the morning tomorrow or something like that, so it's gonna be here pretty early. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna make a tripod so that I can hang my pot. I just cut this from a branch of a spruce tree, and this is what I'm gonna hang my pot from. First of all, I'm just gonna cut a little notch there, and I'm just gonna very tightly tie off to that. Well, we are gonna cook up a rubaboo stew. That's why I set up this tripod. I'm gonna put a fire at its base and use this to hang my pot over it. Rubaboo is actually a mix of 2 languages. A roux is a thickening agent in French, a thickening agent that you add to a soup, and abou is an Algonquian word for soup or stew. So this is why we're gonna make a rubaboo, and the key ingredient to this is pemmican. I make pemmican myself at home. It's basically a mixture of animal fat and dried powderized meat, and sometimes dried powderized berries. But I also have a few other ingredients, including some fresh vegetables. This is day 10. I'm gonna add some vegetables, root vegetables, so onions, potatoes, and carrots. I usually keep pretty well. And first I'm gonna get a fire going, and I'm gonna start cooking, and should really hit the spot because I'm feeling pretty hungry. Another thing you might come in contact with when you're in the bush is wild mushrooms. I'm gonna add some canned mushrooms. This is the main ingredient here. This is homemade pemmican beef broth, and this is a concentrated stuff. You could just use water like river stock, but this is great to have. There's another ingredient. Guess what it is? If you guess bacon, you're right. It's gonna take a bit more time just to let it boil and simmer down though, so hopefully I'll be able to hold myself together because I'm really hungry. That is ready. That is a lot of food. That is delicious. Nailed it. The voyageurs would be proud. It was really hot this evening, and then it cooled right off, but it takes a little while to cook this, but it's worth it. Tomorrow is going to be my last day on the river. It's going to be a full day though, because I have to go 40 kilometers and deal with the most challenging rapids of the trip by far. Well, I think I'm gonna just sit here and eat this for probably another half an hour at least. I think I'm gonna try to pack all of it in. I need a good meal. It's a big day tomorrow, so good night, and hopefully the weather stays amazing for tomorrow and for my float plane pickup. I wouldn't want to get weathered in, so fingers crossed. Oh, good morning. It is my last full day of my trip. I have to make it a solid 40 kilometers. I think about 43 kilometers today.
to my float plane pickup location. I'll be meeting my float plane tomorrow morning at like 8:30 or 9 a.m. I gotta make it through the most challenging rapids of the entire trip on the Peel River, and I gotta get there before it's too late. Oh yeah, warm. One packet of instant oatmeal left. This is a mixture between maple brown sugar, 3 maple brown sugar, 1 apples and cinnamon. Nailed it. Watch how strong I am. Just destroying full rocks with just a mere tap. I have no idea why those rocks look completely intact, but are just dissected with many cracks. Maybe there was land here and a flood came through in the spring and put moisture in them, and then they froze over winter and the water never got back up that high. But if you look along the shore here, there's just large swaths of this river where obviously there was a flood maybe 2 springs ago, and the ice breakup just demolished everything along shore. It looks like it was like a cut slash almost, because the power of the ice being pushed by the current and flood conditions just knocked every tree down a ways from the river, and all there is just bent in half and snapped off trees now. The way I'm loading the boat is trying to get as much weight forward as I could. So when the food barrel is heavier, I put it closer to the bow. Now that this is heavier than the food barrel, I put this closer to the bow. I mean, that's because when I'm sitting in the back, I'm quite heavy. I'm sitting closer to the stern. When I'm sitting closer to the stern, it means that I'm not trimmed evenly. The bow sticks up a bit. Ideally, the best way to be trimmed is perfectly evenly. I still won't be trimmed evenly, but a lot closer to it. Got a couple rapids to start the day off. 1, 2. Then I head back into a long section of braided river. And then after that, it's only about 4 clicks till I'm on the Peel. Alrighty, all ready to get going. So I'm gonna push off. Not too hot out yet. Looks like we have another beautiful day. Talk about a crazy stretch of weather. With any luck, you'll see me pulling up just before Canyon Creek today, probably late this evening, where I will await my float plane pickup tomorrow morning. So wish me luck. Got some obstacles in front of me today. Got a long way to paddle, but I should be able to do it. Here we go. Well, I'm not done it yet. I have probably about 30K to go on the Hart. What a sick river. Just all those crazy ridges with the rock spires. I believe that's called castellated ridges, where you see those sharp triangles and spires up on the mountains. It's a sign that glaciers might not have touched this area for a very long time. The fact that all those aren't just carved down and smoothed down.
Looks pretty easy, but the marked rapid is after this little island, not before it, so this isn't really my concern. One big purling wave that touched my back there. I was trying to just go close to it. Probably just should have bombed it. Hi, seagulls. How much further to the peel would you say? Thanks for nothing. Okay, what did I do? Looks like a pretty big drop. Oh yeah. Oh, she's a big one. She's a big one. Sit up midway through that little rapid because I started getting a spasm in the bottom of my foot, which tells me that I'm not drinking enough water. When you have to treat your water, it's easy to just like try to ration it. Oh, I don't want to drink any more now, I'll wait. And just don't do that. Put my life jacket on, I've got a bit of a ledge here. Oh, I'm gonna miss it. Some of the rock formations and just the way the lines of strata are twisted and pushed up. Definitely sedimentary rock here we're seeing, and that's because this whole area was once at the bottom of a shallow sea, and these mountains around us have been growing for 2 billion years. Pretty amazing. Definitely different than at home where you see the big hills are all solid granite, igneous and metamorphic quartz and stuff like that, which are even older in where I'm from in Ontario and wherever the Canadian Shield sort of spreads to, way up and then over into northern Saskatchewan and into Minnesota and stuff like that, into Quebec. That massive Canadian Shield area is some of the oldest exposed bedrock in the world. And those hills, we don't have mountains in Ontario, but you get up to, you know, the North Shore, Lake Superior, or even around Killarney, and you have stuff that resembles mountains, but they're so ancient, they're so old. Those hills in the Canadian Shield once rivaled the Himalayan mountains in height. Just making my way about a long stretch of what should be relatively easy river. The current isn't exactly ripping, but it's not slack either. So I think with any luck I should be able to do it today, as long as those rapids aren't too challenging. I'm in these braids here and I have no idea which way to go. Last thing I want to do is end up on some tiny little braid that meanders through the dense bush way off the river. Hopefully something will reveal itself to me shortly. That was quite a whirlpool there. Wouldn't have dumped me, but it would have probably spun me around. Flipping my maps over. This is the last map of the adventure. Almost off of the Hart and onto the Peel. Crazy! It's hard to leave it behind. Oh, hilarious! And there it is. I see the Peel River. In about 100 meters, I can say I paddled the Hart. Now the most challenging whitewater test of the whole trip is about to hit me, but still, wow. Noticeably bigger than the Hart River. Got some clouds moving in. Looks like some weather might be moving in. There's the Hart. Bye-bye, Hart. It's just cool to think I can just float this river all the way to Fort McPherson and the Dempster Highway and then continue to the Mackenzie and the Arctic Ocean at Tuktoyaktuk. So pretty amazing. Long journey. Maybe one for another time, but still got many. Let's see how far I got. 5, 10, 15. We're not out of here quite yet. 15K. I'm on the Peel River. I just did the Hart. I just paddled the Hart River, ladies and germs. The Peel River. It's huge. There once was a ship that put to sea, and the name of the ship was a Billy O.T. Her winds blew hard, her bow decked down, Billy by my Billy boy go. Soon may the wellerman come, who will bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take a leave and go. Other people. Another camp. I wonder if they're stopped for the day already. Probably are. Coming up to what looks like a little whitewater here. Maybe not much, but I'm just on my toes a little because I do have a couple serious rapids coming up. Yeah, this looks like a ledge. Probably could just run it anywhere. But it looks like over there's a lot of boiling water, like a hole. This is definitely not the marked rapid yet though. Yeah, I wouldn't want to hit that. Well, here's the first set of rapids, and it looks like there could be a big ledge there. Maybe I better pull over and scout. It doesn't look too bad, but just to be safe, it does look like there's a big ledge and there might be a good place to hit it and a bad place to hit it. Well, I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna take what is a pretty easy line on my side, but then at the end things get a little interesting and I can't get down there to scout it without scaling this cliff. So at that point I may run into some reactionary movements, but up here I'm gonna just run these two ledges on the tongue close to me. It should be pretty easy, so here we go. Rocky. That was where the real wild ride was. I missed all those huge standing waves. I could have rode that wave train and not hit any rocks though. Interesting rapid though, so wide and just one ledge after the other, just the bedrock ledges is what it's pouring over. Another rapid just downriver, and then after that I think will be the doozy. So a little more whitewater terror to come. Just saw another cow moose. It saw me before I saw it, and when I looked up at it, I just had the sense something was staring at me, and when I looked up at it, it was just staring like this. Didn't look too healthy though, unfortunately. It looked kind of skinny, but yeah, pretty neat. Well, it is getting on in the evening, and starting to feel a little tired. It's another hot day, but I am on this gravel bar trekking down to scout the last rapid of this adventure. After I get past this, I am 3 kilometers from my float plane pickup location, and it's looking like it's going to be something pretty interesting, but so far it looks runnable. I'm going to come down, I'm going to eddy out there, I'm going to try to hit this on the far right. That's some weird current in there. Try not to get too squirrely. Then turn right and try to avoid that at the end. But then look, downriver we have more. So we got some tricky currents in here. Doesn't look like an easy rapid at all. Some boiling currents, and then downriver there's more whitewater. I'm gonna give it a go though. Here I thought I was gonna get away with the trip with no terror, and I'm faced with a really tricky rapid with huge waves, pinning boulder down at the end, really intense, crazy currents, and just absolutely terrifying. And literally my end site is only 3 kilometers away on the other side of this thing. So this trip is going to give me a really good test before it lets me out of here. And it's getting late too. I ate some food. I'm going to strap my dry suit on, and I'm going to run this thing. Dry suit. Dumping on this would be extremely unbeneficial for my health and general well-being. Hopefully by the end you'll see me cheering with the right side of the canoe facing up. Here we go, baby. There's some crazy shit in there. Managed to basically avoid everything, but there's some stuff that if I hit, not a chance. Here's the next one coming up. It looks intense too. Holy. Eddy out. Check this one out too. That's what I just ran. Well, it got stormy. Here's the next drop. I'm not gonna lie, from here it looks harder than the last one. Well, I'm gonna go scout this one out it goes to the left and then it bends back to the right, so there might be more around the corner. But I think after this I'm home free. It's just that this one looks potentially crazier than the last one. I'm just hoping there's some sort of like sneak route or something where I can bypass the crazy stuff that'll dump me. It looks like I could come along here and avoid all that crazy stuff to the right of it. And once I'm past that, it looks like I'm home free. Looks like maybe I can avoid all the crazy stuff by saying just right of it. But there's some stuff in there that if I hit, guaranteed dump. I could line down the first ledge and then run it. But even that's tricky. Could probably line down there and then run it. This was once at the base of an ancient sea. Just want to check what's around the corner in case I dump. I should be aware of how terrified I need to be to get my boat to shore. Through here and all the way up to there, the big part. Well, I am thoroughly mortified. I'm basically running a line. It's like walking on the edge of a cliff. If I don't hit that line and I go too far left, I fall off into the huge holes and dump for sure. The hard part's going to be finding where to line it up at the beginning. That was one of the biggest wave trains I've ever run. Holy, that was a class 4. Woo! Almost got stuck on that standing wave. I'm gonna line it down a bit because it's a cliff here. What a way to finish off the trip, running the biggest wave train I've ever run, I think anyways. Class 4 fucking wave train, baby. Woo! A lot of water. Not that much though, considering. Well, 3 clicks left. I'm just going to pull over and punch in my exact pickup location so I don't overshoot it here. Maybe take a couple of casts. What did I want to eat for dinner on my last day in the Yukon? Arctic Grayling, please and thank you. Whoa! This peregrine falcon is dive bombing me. I think the peregrine falcon nest must be on these cliffs here.
and they're not too happy about me paddling along beside, so they're dive bombing me and yelling at me to beat it. That means beat it in Peregrine Falcon. Don't worry, buddy. I'm not gonna eat your babies. Not today anyways. Well, that is my pickup location, that gravel bar right there. Canyon Creek West, they call it. This is the last campsite of the trip. It doesn't seem too glamorous, but they can get a plane in here. It's deep enough and land it on shore. Not the best campsite, but I'll make do. Oh, the air smells amazing. It's about 8:30 right now. I'm gonna cook a fish and I don't care, stay up pretty late and enjoy my last night in the Yukon. I have to pull the spray deck off, get it ready to go on the float plane tomorrow. When I ran that massive rapid today, the first one was intense, more technical. I just basically managed to avoid everything. But the second one was crazy, and I hit my line a little bit too far to the left, but I don't know. I could have maybe hit it further right, but I think really also what happened there was just that the line that I chose was just way bigger. I knew that I'd have at least one huge standing wave at the end, and that's, I think, what I hit. So I don't really think I think if I'd gone further left and hit like that huge hole, I guaranteed would have dumped. So I think I hit my line almost on, could have been a little further right, but that it was just way bigger than I'd anticipated. I mean, I put my dry suit on. Also, I knew that there's no pinning boulders and the river got pretty relaxed after that. There was no flushing current, and if I dumped, I would have been okay and likely not have lost my boat. Plus, on top of that, I was only 3 kilometers from my pickup location, and I could have walked, worst come to worst. Spent a night out here with you know, my survival kit items. I would have been fine. Oh, it just feels nice not having to worry about it getting late and having to get up early. Like, I have to get up early, but I don't have to do anything except take down the tent and board a float plane. Piece of cake. Not much of a campsite here. This is not a spot I'd think to pull over and make camp. These are just like dead dry roots, little sticks that were floating in the current, and at high water got stuck to these. Let that burn down a little bit. Flaky, juicy. Oh my god, it's cooked perfect. Well, this really hits the spot. Flip. Boom. Yeah, perfect. is celebrating another adventure finished. Tomorrow the float plane is going to be here probably between 9 and 9:30, I would guess. They're apparently leaving Mayo at 8. It's a pretty long flight. Perfect. That is a lot of food. And we have real maple syrup that Tori and I made from the maple sap that we tapped on the maple trees right on our property. It was a good little celebratory meal for what ended up being an epic last day of the trip, and have just an absolutely wild ride. By far the most intense rapid of the trip. And I will say, as far as just a straight wave train or just a massive standing wave that's and like curling at the top, I don't think I've ever hit anything quite that insane in my entire canoeing career. I'm not out of here yet. Sometimes you can get weathered in, so fingers crossed, but I have completed the canoeing portion of my journey, and I might add, without one portage. That's pretty cool. I can't say that about most trips. So I'm gonna call it a night, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. We're gonna go for a little float plane ride. Well, it seems like it's another absolutely beautiful day here in the Yukon. It's looking like it's probably going to be good weather for my float plane pickup, though. I see some kind of sketchy looking clouds here, but I don't know. I think that they'd fly in this. Depends on how it is near Mayo, though. Well, I am just waiting for my float plane pickup, and now that I've finished the Hart River and I just sat down to take a moment to have a coffee this morning, I just started thinking about the trip in general. Everything that it was. It wasn't an intense, terrifying rapids around every corner kind of trip, but it was still spirited. I mean, especially up higher, there's tight turns, sweepers, and then the challenge of getting into Elliott Creek and realizing that the water there was not high and having to drag and drag and drag and drag some more, and then that fear of, okay, well, what if the water level's dropping day by day and only gets worse? And now that these rapids I can wade through or drag over these rocks, if the current just disappears into the rocks at that point, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna have to portage endlessly for days and days on end. That would have taken me probably 12 days just to do that. And moving down the Hart, having just epic mountain scenery, amazing spires, just freestanding spires dotting the sides of the cliffs, and climbing Mount Nitro, finding the remains of some sort of, you know, old building that is very, very old, and spending some more time higher upriver hiking, leaving myself with over 80K to do on my last 2 days, and the most challenging rapids of the trip made things feel a little pressed, but I'm glad I took that time to hike and spend my time in the more mountainous regions when I did. And then on my last day, just running what was one of the most intense rapids. The first one was challenging, but I managed to avoid everything. I remember being in it like, wow, these waves, these holes look massive. Have I misjudged this? Am I getting myself into trouble here? And I nailed it. Then the second one, running a line that was just completely insane. I came in, I lined up too far right. It's very hard to tell where you're lining up. I lined up too far right, almost went into the hole, had to steer, go this way and turn back this way. But unfortunately, I hit my line pretty close, to be honest with you. But no matter where I hit it, I was going to be hitting a massive, at least one massive standing wave. And I hit it a bit further to the left, and it just took me on a wild ride through the craziest wave train. One wave I went down, the waves completely covered me like this. The wave was boiling at the top, and I went way up like this, and I almost got stuck on that wave. It was so steep and big, and I just had to paddle hard and push myself up and over that wave. It was just incredible. Took in a lot of water, but not too much that I couldn't steer and eddy out and bail. So that was like phenomenally exciting experience. I was not expecting to get into any rapids that intense on this trip, let alone what is likely the most powerful, intense wave train I've ever run in my life before. Just an amazing experience, and one that I'll take with me for the rest of my life, that's for sure. To the Yukon. And there is my ride out of here. There's my ride out of here. It's all working. Okay, here